Happy New Year, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's January 5th meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start the meeting with invocation by Pastor Peter Ernst, and if you'd remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Borelli. Thank you.
Father God, we thank you for this new year that you have given to us. Thank you for your faithfulness in 2025. We have no reason to believe that you're not going to be faithful in 2026. Thank you for the motto, Ditat Deus, God enriches. Indeed you have, indeed you will. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Had it not been for your work on the cross for us, we would not be able to be here today and enjoying the liberty that you have given to us. For where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Give wisdom to these ones that you have given authority and responsibility. Help them, Lord, to deliberate in a manner that would honor you as our High King of heaven. We give you thanks. Thank you for this great land. We are humbled to be able to be here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please face the flag of a country that has brought more prosperity to the world than mankind has ever known. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Carry on.
Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on January 20th, 2026 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel. For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Please appear to have it. Official business to come before the board. Item number 1, discussion of pending or contemplated litigation, claims, and demands. Attorney Davis.
Good morning. Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Committee and or legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Martin this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I recently attended last Saturday the Community Council swearing-in ceremony up in Dolan Springs. This is the second year that I was invited to come up and administer the oath to that group up there. And just to let you know, they got a new board. They got some good ideas coming forward, and I'm looking forward to working with them.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, the legislative session starts next week on the 12th, so hang on to your wallets. And, of course, the following week, the County Supervisors Association will be having their annual legislative meeting and board meeting.
Thank you.
Which I will be attending.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My wife and I attended the Golden Shores Women's Club Christmas party and inaugural dinner where I was asked to swear in the new leadership members. I also offered to baptize anybody because they ended up having me pray also. I did not have anybody that wanted to get baptized in the lake at that time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Lettman.
Yeah, I have two items. Since we last met, we had a meeting of the Mojave County Employee Benefit Trust. A very good meeting. And in the first meeting of February, Director Demers is going to come back and give us an update on a potential opt-out policy for county employees who do not wish to participate in the county health care plan and move their coverage to a spouse's plan and some financial incentive behind that. She'll be talking to us about that in about a month. Second item, I believe at our next meeting we will be having the Mojave College soccer teams here for some very well-deserved recognition, hopefully both men's and women's team, and I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Thank you very much. I'll give a water update. Last month, I attended the Colorado River Water Users Association annual conference in Vegas. It's held in Vegas in December every year. This year, it was an interesting meeting, a little chilly because as those that are following the Colorado River, the 4 upper basin states are not really on great terms with the 3 lower basin states. This year, 2026, everybody's attention is on the river and how are we going to divide up a smaller river. The Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation has given the 7 basin states a final deadline of February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. I'm not sure if that's just a coincidence or not, but to come up with a deal or at least a framework on how that they would propose to share the Colorado River after the current guidelines expire. If the states don't come up with a framework that they can all agree on, then the Bureau of Reclamation, Scott Cameron, the interim gentleman there, has threatened that the Bureau of Reclamation is going to take a more active role. And it's going to be recommendations that probably none of the states are going to like. So we're actively going to be monitoring that, especially for all those that live along the river. I think you can take heart that Mojave County is very, very active. We have our county representation. We also have Mojave County Water Authority that is watching this on behalf of all of our river communities in the county. So it's going to be an interesting year. We're going to do the best we can to make sure that the cuts to Arizona, that the least amount of those cuts occur on the river. We all know that in best case scenario right now, Arizona is probably going to be taking an additional 760,000 acre foot of cuts. That's a big number, and that's on top of everything that the state has already done. And then on top of that, you have CAP, the Central Arizona Project, and Gila River Indian Tribe. You know, they don't want to see more than 600 to maybe just under 700,000 of that to come from Central Arizona. So they're going to be looking at the river from Yuma all the way up to the Utah border and on where we can contribute. So water is for fighting, I guess, is the old saying. So we're going to make sure that we do everything that we can to protect our water resources for our future. That's all I've got. Number 3, County Manager's Report. Manager Elters, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. A very brief report. We concluded 2025 on a strong note. We had a good year. We're looking forward to 2026, starting strong as well. We're carrying forward and advancing many of the initiatives that the board has established and directed staff, including our capital improvement program and specifically the morgue initiative to bring it in-house. So more details will be provided at future board meetings, but we're looking forward to equally as good year in 2026 as we had in 2025. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We've been asked to bump 2 items up today. The first item is item number 76. That is discussion and possible action. Request the county chief financial officer, county treasurer, court administrator, and the constables to make a presentation to the Board of Supervisors on March 16th, 2026, recommending policies to be implemented regarding the handling of funds by constables. Supervisor Letman put this on the agenda. I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wanted to move this item up real fast. It won't take too long because we have some constables that need to get back to their jobs that they should be doing. So there's 2 events that have previously happened that have kind of raised a little bit of yellow flags around this area. And the first was we had a constable who was a previous constable in the Bullhead City area that had some issues around the handling of cash that came into that office, and I believe we had something south of just $20,000 that had sat in a desk. We had heard that the deposit of that money was way behind schedule. Second item, recently we had talked about a travel budget for one of the current constables, and I think that item's been resolved to our satisfaction quite well. Okay, I think there's a plan to handle that. Well done on that one. After that event, I asked my current constable assigned to the Bullhead City Justice Court, and that's Constable Deese, who, by the way, is outstanding. I think he does a terrific job, to come in and just brief for me. I had some questions about the money handling that goes on by the constables. Okay, so I'm not concerned about what their job is and what they do. It's more about the handling of cash and the budget that goes on in there. And so I put together some questions, and I believe Constable Hogarth shortly will come up, but I wanted to just start real fast. If Attorney Davis could give us the 10,000-foot view, what's a constable and what do they do and where's their authority derived from?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Letman, 50,000-foot view of what a constable does is think of it a more localized version of a federal court-martial. Their job is to enforce the orders from the justice courts, and their jurisdiction really comes from the justices of the peace, although they fall under the presiding judge of the Superior Court is who their ultimate reporting authority is to. They're elected they're elected to their position, and their job is to, like I said, to carry out the orders of the justices of the peace. They're under the judicial branch. The simple way.
Okay, so the constables report up through the judicial system. Okay, are they law enforcement officers?
A gray area, but their statute says that they're only in performance of their official duties, so they can put someone in jail for contempt.
Could we classify them as officers of the court?
Yes,
They are.
I would say so.
Okay, and who controls their funding?
I believe it is the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, that should make, okay, that's very good. So in bringing up Constable Hogarth, if you want to come on up, who's our presiding constable, the only purpose in these questions today is just to set a baseline for us, because I think there's some work that needs to be done on process flows and handling of money. And so I had put up together a set of questions, and today, the purpose of today is not to solve any problems, just to answer some basic questions that I had. Constable, thank you for your long drive, by the way. I believe you're up in the North County area, as I recall.
Yes, I'm Constable Mike Hogarth with the North Canyon Court. My area is everything north of the Colorado River.
And your excellent reputation precedes you. I mean, you're very well respected as a constable. So I just had some questions I just wanted to ask you, and if you could fill us in on the answers. Again, we're just going to set a baseline for what I think needs to be done in the future. Is there a published process map that details the movement and paperwork of funds that the constables handle?
There is not anything written. The only thing we've got is by state statute. We fill out a constable log on all the papers we serve or attempt to serve. That log must be sent to the clerk of the board by the 10th of each month. Like December, the log needs to be to the clerk of the board by the 10th of January.
But there's no actual process map that says when I get this order from a justice, this is what happens.
No.
Or if I need to serve a writ or a custody order. Okay. What forms and logs are used by the constables other than the one you just mentioned?
Okay, of course, the state log. I also use, at the end of the month when I do my month-end report, I send a bank statement that goes to finance, and I have a bank reconciliation where I go through any checks written, my deposits and everything. That is a form that was designed by county finance. I fill that out to show what money I took in and what money went out as far as written checks or anything. Then I do mileage, a form for the mileage I incur during my month. And then there's a claim form claiming reimbursement for any mileage or office supplies, anything that was paid for out of my constable budget.
Okay. What receipts are issued when a constable receives money? So, and actually, we should preface that. When are the circumstances that you charge for your services? Because most of your services, I assume, don't involve the handling of money. They're an order from a judge.
Actually, most of my stuff, money changes hands. The only things that we don't charge for is an order of protection.
Correct.
Those are served for free. Now we get quite a few of those, so we don't have a fee on them. But all other paperwork, whether it's a summons and complaint, an eviction, whatever it is, we collect a fee to serve that paperwork.
And how do we track that fee? I guess is where I'm getting.
Okay.
How do we know that we've initiated what amounts to an invoice, for lack of a better term? Okay, it involves delivery of a piece of paper, okay, to a constituent. Okay, how do we track that, and what kind of receipt is issued when you receive this money, and who do you receive the money from?
Okay, I will receive the money either from the plaintiffs themselves, or it may be an attorney firm who has arranged with me to serve papers for them. Most of them tell me they just want to use their return check as their receipt. If I take cash, I have a receipt book that I purchased like from Staples through my county funds, and I will write them a check that way. But I also give them a return of service. When I serve a paper on somebody and I send a copy to the court, I give the plaintiff a copy also. And on that copy, I will make a notation of the fee that was paid.
Is there a circumstance where you would not issue a receipt when cash or checks have been received?
Generally, no.
Okay.
I don't want to have cash around that's not accounted for. And that's why if they don't want a receipt, I will make the notation on their return of service. I will make a notation that fee collected X number of dollars on this date.
Okay. How do we know who owes you money and how much? I'm assuming you don't collect for your fees upon delivery. I mean, if you're working with attorneys, I'm guessing there's some kind of receivable set up.
A lot of it is prepaid.
Okay,
You
that's
collect
good.
your fee before you serve the paper. If I'm dealing with an attorney firm or something that I do a lot of business with, then I may let them, if they send me papers to get it going faster, I may go ahead and tell them I'll serve the papers, and they put a check in the mail to me. But that's only if I've dealt with them and I know that money is going to be coming. But most of the time, you pay up front for the...
Okay, and how often are deposits made? How often should deposits be made by the consuls? We obviously had the issue in Bullhead City 2 years ago where there was a lot of money sitting that wasn't deposited.
Okay.
It eventually was deposited, I should note that.
There is no county policy saying that the constable has to deposit the money, by a specific time. There is none. So all I can tell you is what I do. And what I do when I collect the money, I get it in the bank, usually within 2, 3, 4 days of the time I receive it. At the very most, a week. Because I don't want to be responsible for the money. I'd rather the bank be responsible for the money. So that's what I do is when I get the funds, 2 to 3, maybe 4 days at the most, but a week at the most. But I do not. I get them out. A couple of reasons is, one, if somebody writes me a check the first of the month, I want to get it in so that come the end of the month, they can reconcile their bank book and everything. If I wait till the end of the month, their check's not going to clear the bank, and they can't account for their check. The other thing is if somebody writes me a bum check, I want to get it into the bank so I find out what's going to happen before the end of the month, so that when I get ready to do my month-end report, I'm not sending in the report and then boom, I got a check that bounced. But yeah, 2 to 3, 4 days, a week at the very most, but I get the money into the bank.
Yeah, I don't mind telling you, I would recommend there be a policy on how we make deposits and when it's done. Okay, I'm not being critical. I'm just saying.
I would agree with that, that there needs to be some type of policy.
Can a court clerk, since you're an officer of the court, can court clerks at their windows over at the courthouse, can they accept money on your behalf?
That's up to the judge. If the judge allows them to collect fees for us, they can collect it. And generally, if they're going to collect a fee for us, generally they will write a receipt to the person, and they put it in an envelope for us, and then we would collect it when we come in. But the court clerk would have to have the permission of the judge. They can't deposit it actually into the court fees because it's constable fees, it's not a court fee.
Well, I'm assuming we have an account for constable fees.
We've got, I have my own bank account. Every constable has a bank account. They collect their fees, goes into the bank. At the end of the month, you do your month-end report, and my bank account basically zeroes out. At the end of the month, the fees I've collected, I write a check for those fees. It goes into the Treasury Department, and my bank account goes from having money in it down to zero, and I start all over again.
Okay. Do constables accept debit or credit cards as a form of payment?
No,
Okay.
we're not set up for any type of card.
So then I wrote on question 9, how do we reconcile the process of a constable visit to what should be some form of invoicing? I mean, somebody owes you money, to payment to the receipt. So I'm not seeing the pattern. I mean, I'm not questioning your ability to get it done, but there's 5 of you out there, and this sounds like an area that needs to be standardized.
The state log that we fill out, this log is standardized throughout the state. Every constable in the state of Arizona fills out the exact same log. Mojave County, our finance department added a column to our log. And if I can just give you an example of what we do. The first column is the date we receive a paper, the day I receive it. The next column is what type of paper is it? An order of protection, a summons and complaint, writ of restitution, whatever it is. The next column is the case number. That case number is assigned by the court. The next column is the court, whether it be the justice court or superior court. Where'd that paper come from? Then the next column is the plaintiff. Who asked for the paper to be served? The next column is the defendant. Who am I serving this paper on? And then the next one is the defendant's address. Where are they located? The next column is if I serve the paper, it says person served and how was the service. Whether I was personal service or whether it was a substitute service, or did I tape in an eviction, I tape the summons to the door and mail it, a copy to them through certified mail. We have the type of the service. Was it just an attempt? Did I go there and I attempted to serve it, but there was nobody home? Or in a lot of cases, you can hear them in there, they just they won't come to the door. And then my mileage, beginning and ending mileage, and total miles. And then there's for the fee collected. That fee is how much I took, what I collected. If it's if they paid for just, for instance, paid $50 for the service, or did they want they pay for maybe 2 or 3 attempts? That would be $50, and then $20 maybe for each attempt. So it might have $90 in there, and that's a first attempt and 2 more attempts. Okay, but that $90 sits there. If it's an attempt and I don't serve it, maybe 3 days later, I fill out those exact same columns the same and my mileage, but when I get to that fee, I'll mark it in there that the fee's already been paid. This log goes to the clerk of the board. I send it to the court clerk, Lori Allen, the court clerk over the court. I send it to my judge so that my judge knows what I've done. I send it to my bank reconciliation. They get a copy of this showing the money, what was collected and everything. A copy of it goes to finance, and a copy of it goes to the treasurer, and then another copy goes to finance that tracks my money taken in. They're only interested in what money I've taken in. Now, if I were to fall over right now and unconscious, or there is nothing out there unless you go to my log and look at it and say, well, okay, he collected this fee and it looks like it's never been served. But if that, that's why I try to collect the fees up front, because that way I don't have any money owed to me.
I'm going to assume the log is handwritten.
It's on a computer.
Okay, good.
It's all filled in on the computer. We used to have the handwritten logs, but if you've got handwriting like mine, the clerk of the board would probably pull her hair out. So it's all on the computer. All you got to do is fill in the spaces.
When you issue a form, a receipt to a constituent, is that on Mojave County letterhead, or does it have the Mojave County seal? How do I know the receipt is from Mojave County?
We have no paperwork that actually has the Mojave County seal or logo on it, unless the constable generates their own. And
no, don't do that.
Well, but that's the only way that we don't have any other forms. Even from finance or reconciliation form, there's no county seal or logo on that. We don't have any of that.
So if I were comparing this, I would look at when one of our deputy sheriffs issues a traffic ticket to somebody. That traffic ticket immediately goes into, it becomes an invoice. It's a fine, I guess. It's certainly numerated. Okay, it has an identifier attached to it, and we can track the progress of that ticket all the way through disposition, either usually payment, I hope, okay, or some other course of action. And that's kind of what I think I'm looking for in this area. So I just had one last question, and that was this issue around same-day services versus regular services. Who sets the pricing for this?
All of our pricing is set by state statute.
Okay.
And for us as constables, same-day service is the same price as everything else.
We have a lot of same-day service? I assume that's more expensive to serve.
I get one once in a while.
Okay.
But it's the same price. There is no amount saying, well, okay, it's $20 more if you want same day service. Everything is the same. The private process servers, they set their own prices, so they can charge whatever they want. If it's same day service, they can say, well, okay, we need another $30 for same day service.
Okay.
The constables don't.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have, unless there's other questions. I think we've set a baseline. I have a motion ready, unless other supervisors have questions.
Any other discussion?
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion that the county CFO, the county treasurer, the court administrator, and the constables are to make a presentation to this board by March 16th of 2026, recommending policies to be implemented regarding the handling of money by the constables.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So
Constable, thank you.
thank you. We're going to be bumping up public hearing, item number 62, regarding our general plan. I think that's why a lot of people are here. I'm going to open up the public hearing on the item number 62, discussion possible action, approve the adoption of Mojave County Ordinance 2025-03. A request to adopt the 2025 Mojave County General Plan to replace the 2015 Mojave County General Plan as required by Arizona revised statutes. Returned to Planning and Zoning Commission meeting from November 3rd, 2025. BOS meeting with requested changes. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have several people that have signed up to speak during the public hearing. I'm going to call you up if you would state your name and your address for the public record, and you'll have 3 minutes. First to speak is Angel Lund. And Brian Burke. Looks like you had some people donate time. I'll give you 7 minutes. You're on deck.
Angel Lund, 4141 North Dragoon Road, Golden Valley, Arizona. We're talking about the general plan. We've been up here several times. The only problem that I have with it is the map for Golden Valley is incorrect. According to the BOS and the resolution that was in 2006 and then 2025, the Dorado plan was to revert to 36-acre zoning. In the current plan, we are still seeing the Dorado plan as shown for Golden Valley as being for, I believe it is low density instead of the 36 area zoning. I could have sworn at the meeting in November that the Board of Supervisors told the Planning Department to follow those resolutions and return it to the 36-acre zoning. That was our understanding. The only thing that shows is it's still the same on our map. If you want the plan to be correct right now, it is a very simple thing to change the color. If perchance the zoning does change in the future, it's very easy to go back into the computer and change the color of the land that it refers to. The only thing we're asking is to have our map be correct in the general zoning. If that is an issue, then may I suggest that the BOS approve the rest of the plan, but hold out the Golden Valley area so that it can be discussed further and find out why planning did not do what the Board of Supervisors asked them to do. Resolution 2006, resolution in 2025, referring back to the 2006. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Brian Burke. Stephen Robinson, you're on deck.
Good morning. I'm going to talk today about Dorado's impact on Mojave County.
You state your name and address for the board,
Yes,
please.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Brian Burke, 3580 North Mobile Road, Golden Valley. And so the impact of the infrastructure in Golden Valley is going to cost money. And what just recently happened with FEMA denying the emergency funds to cover the flood damage, Fort Mojave and all the different places along the river there and wherever else. $31 million, that's going to have to come out eventually out of the county or taxpayer funds or something to cover that. And when you look at Golden Valley's infrastructure being rural, it really can't support a suburban doubling or tripling of the population, which that would be various stages of the Dorado plan, without spending many millions of dollars on infrastructure, because we just have a rural infrastructure and it's not a supportive of a suburban infrastructure. And that, of course, I invite everyone, the commissioner and Don Martin's aware of the fiscal impact study that many of us in Golden Valley did on the costs, things like police, fire, roads, and all the other infrastructure around there, and the flood control and everything else. And so that, to me, if you did approve Dorado, it's going to be a burden on all the taxpayers of Mojave County. So anyways, and a big problem that we have also is Angle Homes is really not paying for any of this infrastructure. They're paying for just, the land under the police station and the fire station. And then as far as housing shortages, right now we're looking at a housing bubble in Phoenix, Arizona, and of course Las Vegas, and it's increasing, and houses are staying on the market much longer. There's no housing shortage of overpriced new homes. Instead, there's really a glut. So the good news is, I guess, when prices do drop 20 to 40%, housing will become affordable again. And then finally, there's the impact of AI on the middle class, on new college grads, and many corporate jobs. It's very real, has an uncertain impact on the economy. So I just ask you that you please remove Dorado project from the general plan, and we can revisit it later. It just poses too much of a fiscal risk to Mojave County in light of all the other the FEMA thing, denial of funds. And I just would like to see Mojave County be a fiscally conservative county to ride out. I think what I see is a pretty harsh economic fallout that's headed our way, and that's just not Arizona, that's the United States too. And once again, please check out our fiscal impact study. That's on the Golden Valley Alliance Facebook page, and Don Martin has seen that, and it goes into how many millions of dollars would, at full build out, it would cost Mojave County and or the taxpayers. So thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Robinson. Kathy Joy, you're on deck.
Stephen Robinson, Golden Valley, Arizona. First off, we're 6 months away from celebrating the creation, God-given nation that we were created to be on our 250th anniversary. We are in danger at all levels of government of losing those precious freedoms that God granted us from our birth. And I think we should look at what we do in light of the fact that we have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I've referred to 11811A about zoning ordinances conforming to the general plan in the past. I've also referred to Article subsection C, where it says it shall consider the constitutional rights in Article 2, Sections 1 and 2 of the Constitution of Arizona. So what I'm going to focus on now is in 2006, a citizens' initiative titled Private Property Rights Protection Act was approved by the citizens of this country. According to the Legislative Council, that provides that a property owner is entitled to just compensation if the value of a person's property is reduced by enactment of land use law. Planning and zoning, or a comprehensive plan, is part of land use law. And it requires compensation to people when you take away their value of their private property rights. And then in 11814A, it says all rezoning shall be consistent with and conform to the adopted general plan. Then in subsection J of that plan, it says the legislature finds that the rezoning of land that changes zoning classification of land or that restricts the uses or value of the land is a matter of statewide concern. Such change in zoning initiated by the government body shall not be made without the express written consent of property owner. In the general plan that is being proposed, the Highway 68 corridor was redesignated by the Planning and Zoning Department to be all suburban that wasn't already developed. Now, that took away the development right in different areas of, like that was urban development or commercial. It was taking that away at the behest of some people that want no growth in Golden Valley or very little growth. The current general plan that I'm opposed to, except only for this one part, is that you're taking away from people, including me, what was urban development, and I had proposed a low-density residential. So I approve the plan because you can't make the changes right now, but I think you need to look at what you did to Golden Valley Highway 68 corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kathy Joy? Patrick Devlin, you're on deck.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy New Year. Kathy Joy, Mormon Flat Road, Golden Valley. I'd like to see the general plan move forward without Golden Valley involved. You need to straighten out the Dorado project. They didn't even listen to you, Planning and Zoning and Developmental Services, about what you told them to change at the last meeting. They didn't even listen to you. It's showing on the map that I looked up this morning, the same thing. So I think if you can't remove Dorado altogether, go ahead, move forward, and just take out all of Golden Valley and redo it. We need to work on that and get that taken out. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Patrick Devlin? Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Hi, my name's Patrick Devlin of 2282 South Verde Road in Golden Valley. I just would like to say here today that my family and I were against projects like Dorado. We like the valley how it is. We like it rural. That's why we moved here. And, we're afraid we have big wash rain through our property. And the more houses you put up north, I mean, where's the water going to go? And that's just one of our concerns. And, it seems like the rest of the area, people aren't concerned about the general plan. So, I think Golden Valley deserves more discussion. And just please take our considerations into concern. And we love it rural here, and that's how we would like to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito? Gordon Morris, you're on deck.
Jennifer Esposito, 3211 East Snavely Avenue, Kingman, Golden Valley property owner. I would like to remind this board that legal counsel has already said you can take out Golden Valley for separate vote. That's not an issue. I shouldn't have to remind you that 5 of you voted unanimously to revert the land use designation back to the 2006 original land use under Supervisor Gould's resolution. And I would also like to point out that that is in alignment and consistent with the current zoning for the property that we're calling Dorado that Angle Homes has. Some of it I think belongs to another thing. They have an option to buy it, whatever, doesn't matter. No property owner has the right to anything other than the zoning that they had when they bought the property. So you voted unanimously to revert the land use to the zoning that they had and fix the unfinished business. And staff did not incorporate Ron Gould's resolution, which has the force of law. They did not incorporate that into the proposal that they gave to Planning and Zoning. I was at the Planning and Zoning meeting. I know, they didn't. The other thing is in the Dorado, they still have commercial. You said you wanted the commercial on the highway. Everybody except apparently Mr. Robinson is pretty much okay with that. But they didn't take that out either. So they did not do what this board has voted to do, to have them do. They did not give that information to Planning and Zoning when Planning and Zoning approved this iteration. This needs to be taken out. It needs to be a separate vote. If you're going to do something that's not consistent with what you've said previously, then I would appreciate if you would explain that vote. I'd like to see a roll call vote. But Golden Valley needs to be taken out separate. The rest of the county needs to move forward. Nobody's objecting that I'm aware of to any of the other changes. And I know that a couple of you are chomping at the bit to make some changes up on the Utah border. So let's move on with that. Let's go forward with that. But Golden Valley should be taken out for a separate vote. I know that Supervisor Martin and Chairman Lingenfelter both were willing to entertain reverting that Dorado land back, which was what was supposed to happen, which is consistent with their zoning and everything else. The resolution was voted on. It has the force of law. The general plan is kind of more of a living document. It doesn't prohibit Angle Homes from coming back and asking for a general plan amendment, but you told the board, you told staff to do something, and they didn't do it, and they didn't give it to you. So take it out, vote on it separately, and if you're not going to do what you've already voted to do, then please explain to us why, because the people of Golden Valley deserve an explanation. Thank you.
Gordon Morris. Arthur Ramos, you're on deck.
Gordon Morris, North Concho, Golden Valley. Gentlemen, this is about the 7th time I've been up here, and I wasn't going to come up this time, but we have to solve this. We have to get it over with. The prior speakers have taken my fire. I agree with them. We need to go back to the 36 acre. My family bought our first property in Golden Valley in 1960. We kept that property until 2 years ago. It was 2 acres, of course. Everything was 2 acres. I expected it to stay that way and moved here with it going to be that way. Gentlemen, you have a hard job. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir. Arthur Ramos.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Ramos. I live at 6614 West Agua Fria, 300 feet away from the proposed. Well, I want to say that I'm against the planning, the plan, the 10-year plan, because of that. They call it medium density, but I think anything over 1 acre, to me, it doesn't seem like it's low density. So we currently have 1 acre properties in the Golden Valley, and that's the way I would like to keep it. And we would, as you've heard from hundreds of people, that all of the businesses and that the 68 corridor there would be used for all of the retail and business and all of that stuff. So that is what we want. Like I said, hundreds of people have come up here. I know that it's been said that, well, we wish we had more people come up here. Well, that's true. I do too. I wish that. But we do. We have, and 95% of the people, or 99% that come up here and say they want to keep it the way that it is, live there. And they are there. And on the other hand, you have some that will go to Facebook and call us names and, the yellow shirt mob or whatever. And that's one way of doing it. I get that way, I guess. And others will come and they'll talk to you and they'll say, oh, no, we're in support of this plan because of that Dorado project there. But 95 8% of those people have something to gain from that. To me, that just rings a bell in my mind, and I'm pretty sure that it rings a bell in your head too. I mean, all those people are either construction people or, yes, the landowner. I get it. He wants to make money, but he's already agreed to 1 acre lots on that other piece of property. So why don't we just push the plan through with 1 acre lots, and then for the next 10 years, he can build those 1 acre lots. And then when the time comes that we have to make another 10-year plan, then he could bring his proposal back to the board and we'll take it from there. I mean, nothing has changed on our side. We want 1 acre lots, and we want all the retail and businesses on the 68, and that's where it should stay, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last person that we had signed up to speak on item number 62. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak on item number 62? Come on up, state your name and your address for the record, please.
My name's Brian Burke, Mobile Road, Golden Valley. Art brought up a good point.
Sir, did you already speak?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did
I
you already
did speak, but I had some time left. So I'm all I'm going to say.
That's not the way it works. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
just going to say one thing. There are 300
gonna need you to
homes
sit
currently
down.
approved
Thank
to
you.
be built in Golden Valley right now, and
Okay.
a lot of them are angle homes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has not yet spoken that would like to speak on item number 62 during the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask the Attorney Davis if it would be proper to push the general plan, go ahead and vote the general plan with the exclusion of Golden Valley, since that seems to be the area of conflict.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, that is a possibility. The statute does allow us to separate the general plan out into sections. I would defer to Development Services on the best, cleanest way to do that, since they're the ones that organize the plan. It's not into area plans like it used to be. So I would ask them what the cleanest way of doing that would be.
Mr. Chairman, if I can get Director...
Certainly. Director Hultree, you want to come on up?
Hultree.
And Mr. Gunderson?
I forgot how to do this in a month. If we were going to do that, what would be the cleanest way to define that?
Mr. Gunderson?
Supervisor Gould. So the land use designations are all in the map section of the general plan. So I think we could approve all of them except for the exhibits that show the Golden Valley area. So we have one map that shows the county as a whole, and then we have another map that shows the Golden Valley area. So if we approved all of it minus those 2 exhibits, I think that would approve all of it except for that Golden Valley area.
So it's 2, the Golden Valley area is 2 exhibits?
Correct. We have one map that shows the entire county, and then we have another exhibit that shows just the Golden Valley area.
So I could make a motion then that the general plan be approved with the exception of the Golden Valley area?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, I think that would work if you just reference the map, the exhibit, the Golden Valley map exhibit.
Okay. So my motion would be that the general plan be approved with the exception of the Golden Valley area map.
I would say, yeah, I think that would work. I think we understand what your intent is to remove that portion. Yeah.
Thank you. That is my motion.
For that motion, second, do I have any additional discussion? Supervisor Letman.
What about the so-called southern Golden Valley area, which of course is, what are we calling it, Harmony, I think is the latest name for it. Is that included in the Golden Valley maps, or is that a separate map?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lemon, that is included in that map, that portion.
Okay.
That's already approved, though.
That's subject to a development agreement. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, and it's already approved, and it's not changing in what we're proposing in the 2025 general plan.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Letman? Any additional discussion? All right. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. We're going to go back to the consent agenda. Items number 4 through 61. Supervisor Letman, would you like to remove any items off of consent today?
Items 49 and item 50.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 19, 22, and 57.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli? Thank you. Supervisor Martin? Okay. Tally this really quick. I'll pull item number 46. Looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented minus items 19, 22, 37, 42, 46, 49, 50, and 57.
So moved.
Second.
For that motion, second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. We'll move to the first item pulled. Item 19. Sitting as the Board of Directors for Mojave County Flood Control District, accept the offer to purchase parcels listed here. I won't read them all, each of which are held by the state of Arizona by tax deed for a total of $44,492.46 for flood control purposes, and authorize the Development Services Director or designee to sign all the necessary purchase documents. The total purchase offer is comprised of the lesser of total amount owing of or full cash value for each parcel, and will be paid with flood control district funds, and B, direct the treasurer's office to abate all remaining taxes, interest, penalties, and fees pursuant to ARS 42-18351. Total amount to be abated is $2,956.27. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, since this is being purchased with flood control money and the title is held by the state, where does the money from the proceeds of the sale go? Does it go into the county general fund or does it go to the state?
We have somebody
The Jeopardy theme song is now playing.
All right. Director Holtree, you're the brave one.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, that is not a question I would be able to answer. I don't know where the funds go when we pay it to the state, I guess.
I wonder if Director Mornian knows.
Is he on the online portal?
He is raising his hand, yes.
All right.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Gould. So the tax deeded properties, they are deeded to the state of Arizona. It's basically, they're just held in the name of the state, but the county essentially is the property owner. When any of these properties are sold at auction, as you know, there's various taxing entities that have levied taxes, whether those be the county, school districts, fire districts, et cetera. And so in the event that a property is sold at auction for less than the total amount that is owing, those monies that are collected are split pro rata between the different taxing jurisdictions. And so some of the monies that are paid will go into the general fund, some will go to other taxing jurisdictions. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you for that answer. Motion
You're welcome.
to approve.
For that motion, second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 22. accept the fiscal year 2026 first quarter in-kind donations totaling $79,510.26 from the Senior Center nonprofit site council organizations to support the senior nutrition program. Supervisor Gould, you pulled this item?
I did, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for recognition. That the number of $72,000 of donations I thought was noteworthy. So I thought these are all private businesses that had donated their money to the various senior centers. Golden Shores, I thought I should read those donations because they are substantial. For Golden Shores Senior Center, they got $120 worth. These are all in kind, so it's for merchandise. Smart and Final, and $245 from Sam's Club. The rest of these are for Lake Havasu Senior Center, and these are substantial amounts. Shamrock Foods, $15,290. Smith, $60. Angelina D. Angle, $18. Staples, $302. ADE Market, $96. Amazon.com, $167. This one is outstanding. Palmyra Construction, $28,777. That was for painting the inside of the senior center. Dust Bunny Cleaning, $3,956. Squeegee Clean Window Care, $356. Salmon's Air Conditioning, $1,212. River City Newspapers, $160. Hicks Heating and Cooling, $6,239. Dollar Tree, $10. Corey's Landscaping, $8,805. Havasu Express Car Wash, $50. Culligan Water, $4,428. Goodwill, $13. Bashas', $9. Walmart, $7. Ace Hardware, $7. And Senior Center Site Council Meals, $2,554. Those are rounded numbers, by the way, for a total of $72,512.91. That was the donation from these small business owners in the Lake Havasu City area. People should keep that in mind when they're looking for services. These people donated a substantial amount. And that Palmyra Construction for painting the inside of the senior center, that's just outstanding. But I thought these should be mentioned because a lot of times this stuff just goes through on the consent agenda. We pay no attention to it. And this is money that these people chose, work and product that they chose to donate to the senior center at no cost. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That's outstanding.
A motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 37, I believe is our next item. Set a public hearing on February 2nd, 2026 to consider and adopt new and modified park rules and regulations for the Mojave County Parks system, including the fairgrounds. I think that was Supervisor Martin. You pulled that.
Yes, I'd like to hear from Public Works about what those new and modified rules are going to be.
Director Lutowski.
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. A happy New Year. This is an action item to request the board to set a public hearing for February 2nd on some modifications to the park rules. Some of the new rules are more just obvious, stating the rules that one would normally take for granted, but we just want them memorialized in the park rules to ensure that we can properly enforce them. So, for example, smoking not allowed in county buildings and heavily congregated areas. Use of park electricity by just day dry camping, that's prohibited. Damage, destruction to trees, shrubs, and natural features are prohibited. Signs not to be affixed to trees and putting over other park signs. Children under the age of 12 must be supervised by an adult 18 years or older at all times. This has been a thing that we've had to be able to, this next item is really something we've had to enforce due to our liability concerns, but that is inflatable amusements such as bounce houses are prohibited on the park. ASIP will not cover us in that regard. And there are several more other ones. Mojave County not being responsible for injuries that occur on park property, overnight camping not allowed in day use areas or parking lots, etc. vehicle maintenance and or mechanic work, including oil changing, not allowed on park property. That pertains probably more to the RV, those folks who lodge through our RV spaces. But other items to be amended, and I'll be brief here, is we are increasing our rental unit damage cleaning deposit to $200. Fires must be completely extinguished and cooled to the touch before leaving them unattended. That's primarily for the wall fires, of course. Propane fires are allowed at the fairgrounds and RV sites only, and rental units occupancy being strictly enforced. So that's basically that.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 42. Approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2026-022, authorizing, in accordance with the county adopted manual on uniform traffic control devices and Arizona revised statutes, the establishment of a 35 miles per hour speed limit along Australia Road from Highway 68 to Mahone Drive in the Golden Valley area. Supervisor Martin, you pulled this item?
Yes. I got a number of calls. This is in the area of the new Dollar General market out there. And there was some confusion, or people were upset about this, that, or the other. So myself and Director Latosky went out there. He went out on a Saturday, I went out on a Sunday, and sat there and we looked it over. And I know he took pictures, I took pictures, because we wanted to see what the traffic flows and what was going on out there. It's a new development. So, Director Latosky, if you come up and give us your recommendation and the reason for it.
Director Latosky?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, Supervisor Martin, in examining the operations of this Dollar General driveway, which is only about a little over 100 feet south of State Route 68. And I will preface this on the fact that there was a traffic impact analysis, a traffic engineer, a civil engineer involved in the site layout, but we still saw certain things that we could better call motorists' attention to. So what Public Works has stepped forward to do is on the southbound approach, we did install an intersection warning sign as well as delineators around the southeast corner of the intersection, because there is a drop off into the retention pond. But then looking on the northbound direction, we are cognizant of traffic in a 45 mile per hour zone that could approach the driveway at a higher rate of speed. And as a result, we are asking the board to consider a modified speed zone in this area for the few hundred feet south of State Route 68 from 45 to 35 miles per hour.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Motion to approve.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 46. Approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-027 to accept Mountain View Road from Gardner Road to Sterling Road, the total length of approximately 0.25 miles, and Camp Mojave Road to Aztec Road, the total length of approximately 0.50 miles, into the Mojave County Regular Road Maintenance Program as a paved roadway located in the Fort Mojave area of Mojave County. 46, we had one person that wanted to speak on item number 46. Mr. McClure, if you want to come on up.
Scotty from Bullhead. Want to gripe about the stop signs you guys approved throughout there. This was supposed to be a thoroughfare, like Ron Gould stated. Then you guys approved stop lines on every intersection damn near up there. You've worn out my brakes. I use this road quite a bit because I hate 95 along with everybody else. And the Bullhead City Council won't do a damn thing. I suggested a couple of alternatives, and they just sit. Toby Carter won't put it on the agenda. I have a letter from him. It takes 2 members of that city council to get it on the agenda. I have that in my vehicle. So he's not doing anything to help us on down there. Screw you guys in Fort Mojave is what he's saying. And screw everybody that's thinking about driving through Bullhead. No, you need to stop and spend your 2 cents a dollar at McDonald's. That's all he cares about, is for him to get another raise. All the setbacks down there are, you can put in a 5-lane turn lanes and 4 lanes with the easements you have throughout there. You have that much of an easement. It's not like McCormick Boulevard, which is 35 miles an hour instead of 30 down here on Il Rodeo. Same, like going up Corwin. It's got the same distance, same lanes, same where you can park a car outside your driveway. Whatever. I don't think anybody that voted for these stop signs and stuff went out there and look. Ron's all over 95 all the time, and for Mountain View. Rick lives up there at Corwin, and so I'm sure that he uses Mountain View. If you don't, I don't know why you would go down on 95. I would take Mountain View. I do it all the time. You need to bring that back for a vote again to get rid of these stupid stop signs.
I pulled the item for discussion, but I would defer to the supervisor. This is, I think, your district.
It is, and the issue is not stop signs. The issue is accepting the new pavement into the maintenance program, and we surely want to maintain that new pavement. I also thought it was going to be a thoroughfare, but motion to approve.
And I'll second. Heard that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? I spirit have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 49, accept the $186,000 funding from the Robert Kemper Corrigan Foundation. The funding is to cover the expenses of first responder mental health training as provided in the backup material. Direct finance to create the budget as submitted. Supervisor Letman, you pulled this item.
Yes, I did. I struggled a little bit to understand this, even though I think the concept is very good. I was hoping somebody from the Sheriff's Department.
Lieutenant Ellsbury's here.
Great.
Could come on down and explain the program.
Welcome, Lieutenant Ellsbury.
Yeah, who's Robert Kemper Corrigan Foundation, Boulder Crest Foundation, etc., and what's the program do?
Well, thank you for actually pulling this so I could explain it to your board members. Thank you, Chairman and Boardman Letman. So Boulder Crest is a entirely nonprofit organization that started to provide mental health to our armed service members. And they have since branched out to all service members to include fire department, police, EMS, and then after the COVID issues, they started with healthcare as well. And I ended up meeting with a representative from this Robert Kemper Corrigan Foundation through partnership with Arizona Complete Health to try to fund this program entirely for all members of the sheriff's office. Everybody from animal control to our detention staff to our patrol officers. We've had resiliency before in the past with our detectives as they deal with some very disturbing things, but in all reality, there's not a member of the sheriff's office that does not deal with trauma. And it should be up to us to provide a service for them to keep their career healthy and keep our employees positive and moving forward so we provide a better service for our constituents.
Strongly endorse and believe in that. I think all of us up here do. I was just unclear, how does the training take place? Is it at their facility? Is it up here at our facilities? Where does this happen?
So these trainings are held throughout the state, usually in the Phoenix or Tucson areas. It's a week-long class, so we'll send an employer 2 at a time. They'll go to this training, and it's, as somebody that's gone through the training themselves, I will tell you in my 25 years of law enforcement career, this is the best training I've ever received.
Excellent.
I wish I would have had it 2 decades ago. But we will send the employee off for that. They'll do a pre-training survey as far as how they believe they're dealing with the things that go on in their life, and then we'll do a post. And then on top of that, we'll be tracking some of the things that may manifest itself from poor mental health, whether it be call-offs, as far as sick days, uses of force, accident collisions, those things that we can objectively look at and get a number at, but we're also going to keep track of anecdotally what the employee feels as well and how they're coping with the trauma that they do deal with on the job.
I really like what I hear. I appreciate your coming on down and enlightening all of us on this. I'll go ahead and move to approve item 49.
Thank you. Heard that motion second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 50. Approve the memorandum of understanding between Kingman Correctional and Rehabilitation Facility operated by the GEO Group and Mojave County Animal Shelter to implement a canine training and therapeutic program. Supervisor Letman, you pulled this to speak on. We also have one speaker. Let's get him up here first. Sean Reagan. Would you like to have your 3 minutes, Mr. Reagan? I believe you're coming down, right? Okay. You state your name and address to the record for our clerk. Thank you very much.
Oh, good morning, Sean Regan, 1001 Buchanan Street, Kingman, Arizona 86401. I'm really disappointed in you guys putting this up for even consideration. This is going to lead to a substantial amount of drop-offs, abandonments, and our rescue organizations are already inundated with canines that are just left. I mean, just this last summer, I had 2 crates full of puppies. They're hard to get homes for, and this will only lead to basically abandonment. It's too much. The public can't afford it as it is, and
are you on about the memorandum of understanding? Is that what you're talking about? The memorandum of understanding between the...
Oh, am I talking about the wrong one? I'm sorry.
This is a MOU between Kingman Correctional and Rehabilitation Facility and...
yes, I guess I am. I'm sorry. I was up there. I kind of didn't hear it. I thought it was something else. I apologize. Can I restart that?
You can continue with the balance of your time.
Okay. So I'm for that. However, 2 years ago, I went to the Department of Corrections to supplement Arizona Veteran Canine Services, the program that I started, to do the same program, and was denied because I was told inmates departed the location, killed 2 people, and therefore they felt the public didn't have an appetite for this. So now it comes forward, and the animal control facility comes in board, and everybody's for it. I don't know what makes a difference. Please don't get me wrong. I'm for whatever helps the animals. However, I'm getting kind of tired of coming forward with the same or similar ideas, almost to the infinite detail, only to be rejected. And then here again, somebody else comes along and it's met with, parades and roses. And it's just very frustrating because I've wanted to implement this for our program as well. We have veterans out there that need service dogs, and I've seen the program work in, I believe, Buckeye or Florence, where they have the same similar program. Works wonderful. This is a good thing. I'm not going to poo-poo on the shelter. However, when I do bring something forward and I seek support, and then a year or 2 later it comes up and it's, greeted with open arms, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what it is about our program. We try to save veterans and canines. We're not as big as most of them, but I'm tired of the competition. We're competing against them for funds. We're competing against them for support. We're competing. Why can't we just work together? It doesn't make sense. So if you authorize this and go forward with it, I'm going to suggest that you recommend us too.
Thank you. Supervisor Letman, you pulled this item. Thank you.
Sure. I just wanted a brief review from county staff on why this is a good program, and I think it is.
Thank you.
If you could.
Andrew Alters?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Letman. This is really an opportunity to bring back a valuable and a practical program that we had once before, and it was discontinued Aaron, our administrative services director, along with Nicole, the shelter manager, did a field tour, met with the staff, reviewed the program. They are intimate with it. They're excited about it. I would like for Aaron to walk you through what the plan is. And we believe it is in the best interest of the program and the paths to bring back this program. And with that, Aaron, please go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. Yes, that is correct. Actually, in September 2025, we were reached out by the GEO Group. They expressed interest in bringing back the inmate dog training program. And I do actually have the GEO Group here today. Hopefully, if you have questions specific for them, I have the warden and his staff to answer specific questions on the program. But in a nutshell, what we talked about with them was kind of through a fostering agreement, which we have today. We would rotate out dogs, so probably starting out with about 10 dogs at a time that would go over to the GEO Group, and they would work with an inmate handler for about 8 weeks, getting fully trained. And while they were working out to be fully trained, we would have then 10 openings at the shelter to hopefully adopt out 10 new dogs. And when those dogs were returned to us after 8 weeks, they would be fully trained, making them highly adaptable for the public and making them very appealing, and hopefully pushing out more adoptions. And on the dual purpose, it would be providing skill building for the inmates, such as the kennel technician skills, animal handling, dog training. So it's kind of a dual purpose, as well as the therapeutic benefits for the inmates as well. That's kind of it in a nutshell.
Ms. Letman? We have a motion. Do we have a second? And I think we'll open it up to additional discussion.
I'll second that, but I also have a
additional discussion. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you. Previous testifier mentioned the escape from the prison that ended up in the death of a couple from New Mexico. That was a different prison operator. I was state senator during that time. I was briefed by the Department of Corrections on the escape. The people that were in the dog training program should not have been in the dog training program. They're not qualified to be in that program. They're violent felons. They also had a problem with their alarm system where they had up to 80 false alarms daily on the perimeter wire, which ended up facilitating that breakout that ended up in the death of a couple. I'm sure that the GEO Group will not let those kind of things happen. And it is a different private prison operator. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the public. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Aaron, just one question. What's the security, the threat level of the folks that are going to be participating in this?
Actually, if I could I bring down the warden? I think it would be beneficial if you could just explain who would be eligible for the program as well. People might have some questions on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. Thank you very much. The program would be at our Surbat facility.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Johnny Choate.
Thank you, sir.
The program would be our Surbat facility. It houses up to 2,000 inmates. It is minimum custody. All inmates there are nonviolent. They're doing 5 years or less.
Great. Any other questions since we have them on? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Move to item number 57, which was the last item that was pulled off consent. Approve the transfer of $50,000 from Economic Development Fund to Public Works Engineering Fund to serve as a grant match for Cane Beds Road, and approve a budget transfer from contingency to operating transfer out. Supervisor Gould, you pulled this item.
It was me. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious. I don't have any information on the project itself.
Director Latowski, you want to come up and address the board?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, Supervisor Gould, this pertains to the soil stabilization hard surfacing of 1 mile of cane beds road from State Route 389 to Central Avenue. In 2025, when the board accepted an Arizona Commerce Authority grant in the amount of about $325,000, the grant required a $50,000 match. Economic Development graciously stepped forward and made those funds available. This is more of a housekeeping item for staff because the $50,000 in funds did not roll over from FY25 to 26. The project was actually constructed in early part of FY26. So this is just to move the funds over to the Public Works HERF account.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Chairman, that's your district. Do you want to move that?
I would make a motion to approve that item.
Second.
Heard that motion second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. I appear to have it, do have it's ordered. We'll move to the public hearings. We've already gotten through 62. I'll open the public hearing on item number 63. Discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2025-186, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a neighborhood commercial land use designation to a general commercial land use designation, and a rezone of assessor's parcel number 208-04-070 from an A general zone and C2H3A highway commercial 3 acre minimum lot size zone to a C2H commercial highway zone to allow for commercial development in the Yucca vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval with a 7-2 vote, with condition that a third-party traffic impact analysis is performed as a part of the application and approval process through the existing site plan, and that the traffic impact analysis be acceptable to both ADOT and Mojave County Public Works in addition to the staff recommendations. Martin and Hubbard were the dissenting votes. We do have a few people that have signed up to speak on item number 63 during the public hearing. First up is Stephen Robinson. And Karen Lampkin, you're on deck.
Stephen Robinson, Golden Valley. First off, I am in support of this program, but I have a major question. When the board approved the general plan an hour ago or so, did that put that general plan into effect? Because this area is now designated as urban development. And why is that important to me? That means they don't have to have a plan amendment, and they paid about an $800 to $1,000 fee for an unnecessary plan amendment. And that happens a couple more times in this area, that there's plan amendments when they submitted it, it was a different zoning. But now, am I correct in saying that the land use designation is in force as of the vote for 2019 for item 62? Is that correct, Chairman Lingenfelter?
After we close the public hearing, I'll make sure to get an answer to that question.
Okay, that's good. Then I support it. I believe in free market system. This is, and my recommendation, if in fact it has been designated, if that designation is in effect, then I would motion or request that you approve it and ask for a refund of their payment for the amendment, plan amendment. Thank you.
Karen Lampkin. Mike Doyle, you're on deck.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Gould. I sent you each a letter. I'm hoping, I know Martin received it because he responded. Thank you. I appreciate the response. And I hope, and if you didn't ask me, you can read what I have. But I wanted to add to what I had already put in here is one of the things that is really important to understand is the infrastructure in our little area. The town's 96 people, the surrounding area is probably over 3,000. It's growing by leaps and bounds. The biggest part of the infrastructure is the fact that law enforcement is practically non-existent. I know Sheriff Schuster's doing the best that he can, but he doesn't have the officers to cover the areas as well. And when you bring in these type of things, which we found with the Pride, crime follows. And people get hurt and people end up losing property. Also, my biggest complaint is the water situation, which I know you deal with. and our water is not unending. And am I opposed? Yeah. The town doesn't need it. You want to go down further in the highway, that's fine, but the small town doesn't need this. A convenience store usually charges 3 times the price of what you'd buy it in town. Most people have friends who go to town every day and they call them and say, hey, bring this out to me because I'm not paying their prices. And I was kind of hoping that we would find other things coming into our community in regards to like the store, hardware, having family in the Ozarks where you get your mom and pop stores, because you can be in the grocery store here and look all the way over to the other side of the building, you see tires. Everything's incorporated and it just makes better sense. Truck stop isn't going to help us. There's nothing there that we need in that area. Tourists, yeah, tourists aren't going to be paying us any money. They just come in, pay the money to them, and then they're gone. So it's absolutely of no use to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Doyle? Jill Arnold, you're on deck.
Mike Doyle, South Sundance Kid Road, Yucca. Thank you. I'm opposed to this and it is not practical. About 3 years ago, it started out as a small restaurant in a small town at exit 25 on I-40, which has turned into a big parking problem and congestion on roads. As things evolved, permits were awarded and the restaurant complied with the necessary upgrades that were required. It is now a 24/7 operation. The argument appears to be that another truck stop is needed at exit 25. One could argue against that statement when the huge parking lot at the Pride truck stop, which is a quarter of a mile south of the current truck parking area and has plenty of extra places to park. Why can't the truckers spend the night there where the traffic runs smoothly? Furthermore, we already have 3 major truck stops within a 20-mile stretch of I-40 and a rest area that is currently undergoing massive upgrades in order to accommodate the increased load of truck traffic. This problem will only get bigger unless it is handled properly. Repairs of the guardrails on the bridge at exit 25 are now weekly. In the previous meeting that I attended, it was decided by the Planning and Zoning Board to approve this truck stop under the stipulation that it undergo a study by traffic engineers. It is probably even more complicated than that, since there is now the Antler copper mine ramping up, which will employ more people that will also be driving these roads daily. Perhaps this should not only require the work of a traffic engineer, but also the work of a civil engineer. Another issue is the trash on the off-ramps and on-ramps. It is not just trash. Some of it is hazardous waste. I do not need to describe it. You know what it is. Finally, imagine a scenario at the exit 25 bridge where one of these trucks tries to make a right turn from their frontage road onto the bridge and takes up both lanes the way they do. And there is another truck behind that truck, which is very common, and the first truck cannot back up. Then an emergency vehicle shows up on the bridge and cannot get to the Pride station where someone may need medical assistance or there is a gasoline fire. The emergency vehicle will be forced to backtrack to Proving Ground Road, another 4 miles round trip in order to get to the Pride station, and hope that they can get past whatever new traffic has accumulated in the meantime. These issues are real, and it is not practical. The whole operation should be moved to another place on the interstate. Respectfully submitted, Mike Doyle.
Thank you, sir. Jill Arnold? Mark Danley, you're on deck.
My name is Jill Arnold. I live at 12271 South 4th Street, Yucca, Arizona, 86438. And I've lived there for about 15 years, and I'm not opposed to change or growth, but we have a gas station at either end of Yucca, and we don't need any more. We do need a lot in Yucca. Let's see, there is our water system. I forgot. The water system is really important. At any time, there's usually 1 to 3 leaks in our water system. It's about 50 years old, and it's made out of metal, rusty metal, and it's just breaking. It needs to be fixed. So I'm worried about their water. Are they going to have a well if this gets rezoned? Will they use their own water or our water? And the people out in the valley, out on the perimeters, they use the Yucca water also. So I'm worried that there's just not enough for everybody. Let me see. Well, oh yeah, our traffic is getting so congested in Yucca, like this gentleman, Mr. Doyle just said, that frontage road, you can barely get in and out of it. Sometimes you get stuck on the overpass of 26, at the exit 26. And we don't have any fire department. We used to have a fire department, so we need a new fire department. We need so much more than another truck stop in Yucca. And I'd like everybody that's here from Yucca, please stand up. There's quite a few here, so we just do not need this. We, like the gentleman said before, there is a lot of road there on I-40, and we don't need 3 gas stations in a 1 mile by 1.5 mile area. Thank you. I'm against this.
Thank you, ma'am. Mark Danley. Yvonne Lena, you're on deck.
Mark Danley, 16145 South Arapine Road, Yucca, 86438. Opposed. Mr. Doyle brought up most everything in his very nice, except also, and I know it's completely unsafe. It's already unsafe. Before the second truck stop went in, up the Flying J, everybody said, people that were in favor of said, well, what we need is another truck stop. Take care of this truck traffic. Give the truck somewhere to go. That'll mean it. All that did was, it really didn't. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. True, the same number of trucks are going to be going up and down I-40, whether there's a stop there or not. However, we're not talking about just a truck stop. We're talking about 11-acre mega truck stop with a truck wash and expensive convenience stores and whatever else they want to put in there. And it's just people getting on and off and on and off. And if Doug will, when he showed me a video, and I've got pictures and videos in my phone of people, the trucks turning and coming up the oncoming traffic lanes. We've got every time I go into town, every time without exception, a truck will be coming up the opposing traffic lane. And I know they're talking about this infrastructure and the highway and the roadway and the engineers and everything. And that, being an engineer myself, I can appreciate that. But the overpass, when that overpass at 25 was built, however many decades ago, it was designed as a rural overpass. The lanes are narrow. They weren't meant for the weight that goes over it. They weren't meant for the continuous traffic flow and weight that goes over it. And the width, the lanes are narrow. I'm just waiting for a truck to flip off the overpass, go over the guardrail, and land down on I-40. I mean, and that would cost millions. Who's going to pay for that? And it's just, and again, Yucca, there's gas stations at each end. Yucca doesn't need it. The few jobs it might bring are going to be, not worth it. Most of the people out there are retired. I'm one of them. I left exactly what they're trying to do here. And I can tell you, it's look at the dust over in Yucca at night. If you look at any light source, it looks like it's snowing in Yucca. Desert Valley fever, all that stuff. Just not safe, and it's not needed. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Yvonne Lena or Lang? Yvonne Lang? Doug France, you're on deck.
I live in Yucca. I actually moved from Georgia to Arizona. My husband and I moved out there because we did not want development. Number one. Number two, what has gone in between the Pride and everything else right now is unsafe. The roads are not wide enough. The frontage roads are very dangerous. I've almost been hit 9 separate times. Thank God my grandfather was an independent trucker, so I know how wide they have to make their turns, and I compensate for the people that are driving currently. Here's the problem. You want to put in another 100 to 200 trucks a day on those roads with this station. How are you going to compensate for the infrastructure, the roads? I can't get to the post office if those overpasses are not in use to get my government regulated mail. So we need to seriously look at what it would take and who's going to pay for the new infrastructure that it will be needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doug France? Darren Gasper, you're on deck.
Thank you, Chairman and Supervisors. What's in it for Yucca? Doug Franz, Sissio Road, Yucca. What's in it for Yucca? Large corporations see it. Billion-dollar companies such as Pride, Flying J, and those see that this is a fuel opportunity for everybody coming out of California. The 7th largest economy in the world comes straight across. Price today of fuel in Needles is $6.32 for regular. Everyone who applies to come into Yucca says they're going to help the area, the jobs, the milk, whatever. These statements are made by the mine that's going to come in, this gas station that's going to come in. What do we need? We need good infrastructure. We need elimination of the 5-way intersection by the Pride. We need the roads widened. We need ADA sidewalks to the pedestrian bridge. We need proper lighting, and we need turns and a safe place to go. Well, I'm going to take you down a little different path here. What can it do for Yucca? I propose that the county create a Yucca Corridor Emergency Services District to fund the fire and emergency services in the area. This would be done by putting a user fee of .0025 or 25 cents per 100 on fuel sales in the designated area between milepost 10 and milepost 30 on Highway 40 to be known as the Yucca Corridor Emergency Service District. Help fund the people out there. We don't have a fire department. You want to put 5 underground bombs and no fire department. That doesn't make sense. In closing, we are the gateway to Arizona, the copper state. We now have a copper mine going in. We are the pit stop for Californian transient people. Please allow them to pay our taxes on fuel or service charges, whatever you want to call them, and help fund the emergency services in the corridor that's not covered by police, fire, or medical. It's covered, but you'll be dead by the time they get there. Please take a look at finding without taxing the people or burdening the people of Yucca. Let's help these corporations pay for those improvements out there and for a fire department. Whatever it is, don't let the big corporations just suck the money out of that little town 40 miles down the road that everybody seems to drive by. Thanks.
Darren Gasper?
Gentlemen and ladies, I'm Darren Gasper. I live at 3438 East Boreana Mine Road in Yucca, 86438. I am definitely opposed to this truck stop initiative or offering or whatever it is. They've already talked about the dust. I live up above Yucca, and fortunately, I get to not be in the dust, but I can look down on the little town and see a cloud of dust there all the time. And it has gotten worse over the last 5 years that I've lived here in Arizona. My mother has lived here for 40 years. And I love it. And one of the reasons I came here is I wanted the quiet peacefulness of this place, not a great big industrial craziness. And so we're already dealing with the fact that a mine's going in there we weren't expecting, but okay, we're contending with that. This is crazy. The dust is not good. It's unsafe as crazy as all get out. Frankly, a lot of the truck drivers are probably undertrained and come from places that have different driving cultures. And we see that a lot. A lot of dangerous driving going on already. We don't need to increase that with another truck stop. We've already talked about the damage. Again, that bridge is worked on every week. Every time I drive over that bridge, there's more damage on the railings from trucks. Crazy. We've had power outages because of these truckers, a lot of them undertrained, not respecting the road laws, some of them not even able to read the signs, have wiped out poles. We've had power outages that have lasted many hours. And a lot of times a lot of these old people that live in Yucca have machines that they depend on to breathe, etc., that depend on power. And when we have truckers wiping out our power poles, that's a little bit difficult. The infrastructure, it's not handling it. The roads, like they've already talked about, our roads, the little roads there as it is, can't handle it. Can't handle it. We've got all these truckers, the big trucks, all this other traffic. No. The water. The water that we draw, the town draws their water out of is an old water aquifer. Those kind of aquifers are not replenished very quickly. It's very, very, very slow. We can't afford the water of this thing, especially a truck wash. And I have to disagree with Ms. Lampkin. Not farther down the highway unless it's out of the valley. Because the water, we can't afford that water. Again, the jobs probably, thank you. Well, the jobs probably aren't going to come to us either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. That was the last person that we had signed up to speak during the public hearing. Is there anyone else that has not yet spoken that would wish to speak during public hearing? Come on up, state your name and address for the record.
Kenny Works, Yucca. There's one eastbound on-ramp in the area, one westbound on-ramp in the area, two eastbound off-ramps in the area, two westbound off-ramps in the area. So you got twice as many people, twice as many vehicles feeding the off-ramps as that can handle the on-ramps. The on-ramps aren't designed to handle that much traffic. The roads, the frontage roads, I guess ADOT's responsible for their maintenance. They're crumbling right at where the truckers go in and out of the Indian restaurant there. The road's pretty much crumbled and broken up to pieces right in that area. I don't know that we can trust ADOT to take proper care of those areas there where there's a lot of truck traffic tearing up the road. If you want to go to the north and you live in that general vicinity, you're going to have to wait for a while, and you're going to have a little bit of a rough ride going through there also. It's going to be inconvenient. However, I'm for prosperity. I think that all people were born equal. However, their values are not, and the values are what needs to be considered here. But there's safety issues regarding the extra traffic that would be on that road that I don't know that we can trust ADOT to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. State your name and address for the record again, please.
John Regan, 1001 Buchanan, Freeman, Arizona 86401. After I got out of the military, I drove truck for 10 years. I'm very familiar with this kind of boondoggling. For one, the truckers that are involved with attending these, our country right now, we have almost 80,000 foreigners driving trucks that don't know how to read English and are killing people left and right. When you get as a trainer, I drove truck for 10 years, and just let you know that Swift authorizes a 3-month driver as a truck trainer. Knight the same way. FedEx, maybe not so much, but usually down the road in the vast parts of our country, the trucks that you see flipped are Swift and FedEx because they go too fast, they're pushed too hard, and they're trained too little. For someone to navigate something like this, it's just a recipe for disaster. We're going to see more and more wrecks. And until California gets their act in order and start giving driver's licenses away to people who don't deserve them, you're going to see more and more wrecks as well. So why I bring this up is simply because you got to navigate this. And to navigate it, it takes experience, and you're not getting a lot of that anymore these days. They're being replaced. The days of Dwight Yoakam and Buck Owens are gone out of Bakersfield, and they're full of Punjabi Indians. And there's 150,000 of them in this country that are driving truck, and they can't read the signs. They don't understand the language. They don't understand the principles.
Could you keep
They
it
apply their
to
own.
the item that's on the agenda?
I am. I'm telling you, the drivers that are involved in trying to get to these facilities are not qualified to do so. They're going to kill somebody. And doing this is just something that you guys need to consider. These drivers are not qualified, period, end of statement. Thank you. Have a nice day.
I didn't see the applicant. Did you want to speak during call to the public or the public hearing? You can state your name and address. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
My name is Jeff Winter. I'm with Essentia representing this project. And sorry, I put number 60 on the from an old list and not 63 here. So we are asking for the general plan to be modified to allow this use as well as the change in zoning. There's currently a portion of this property that is already C2H, and the rest of it is A. We are asking for the entire parcel to be C2H. We think this is a very good spot for that C2H zoning. We are between the interstate and the proving grounds. North and south is a mechanic shop and vacant lots with the Pride to the south, quarter mile or so. So residential property is distant from this parcel, and we are along that frontage road, the northbound frontage road of I-40. The trucks and traffic can enter and exit off of either interchange to the north, proving grounds, and then the number 25 here, exit 25. So we've got that availability. We're proposing a developed site. We have designated entries, designated exits, separating traffic from that. We have 24 acres to be able to handle these trucks and cars and people. Unfortunately, we are sitting right next to a restaurant that is free for all. There's no parking. It's dirt. It's just, and that is kind of I think what you're hearing quite a bit of is that restaurant is just going off the deep end with that. In fact, it is actually, the parking has now grown into our parcel, just dirt. They just keep going out into the desert. So what we're trying to do is develop that site. We do have a mechanic shop currently we're proposing a mechanic shop, vehicle repair, a C-store with fuel for both cars and truck. And there is some proposed fast food restaurant that inside that 24 acres. We feel that frontage on that frontage road can handle it, as well as we can have enough safe entry and exits, designated entry and exits on that road. ADOT's going to require a traffic study. not only to evaluate the current condition, but what we are going to do to impact that current condition. Now the county has asked for them to be able to review that, and we're fine with that review for that traffic study. That will give us a good indication of whether deceleration lanes are needed, pull-off lanes, left turn lanes, whatever is needed along that frontage road. And that's kind of would fall apart on our designation to do is for that traffic study. But any other questions, we can certainly answer them.
After I close the public hearing, we can call you back up. Thank you, sir. I'm going to close the public hearing on number 63. I'd open it up to the board for discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could have Director Holtby come up and put up slide number 20. If you have a way to put that up so the board members can see it. The board members could go to slide 20 in the backup if they wanted to see this.
I think we also have an iPad, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Gould, we can maybe throw the iPad up
Okay.
here. That works. I don't think we have access to the book itself.
If you, between exit 25 and 26, those are frontage roads that are controlled by ADOT. Those are not county roads. The radius to go up to get onto the bridge at exit 25 requires that trucks that are going southbound on the east frontage road drive on the wrong side of the lane when they make a turn. Every time. Not every once in a while, every time. The trucks that are getting off of the let's call it southbound, even though that's not what ADOT calls it, southbound lane of I-40, the off-ramp on the west side, the trucks they block the westbound lane on that bridge every time. They're long trailers. They cannot see over that bridge because of the height of the bridge. So they impede the right-of-way of every single vehicle that goes across that bridge every time. I drive through there almost every day. Almost every day I'm impeded by truck drivers. The Alamo Road frontage road, which extends from exit 25 a mile south to where Alamo Road actually begins and turns into a county road, it's generally referred to as the 90-degree turn because it is a flat 90-degree turn. All the homes in the Santa Fe Ranch development so there's almost 3,000 40-acre parcels there. There's probably another 3,000 smaller parcels in that area. To go to Kingman, they have to go through, this is the only paved way to go, is they go on Alamo Road till they make the 90-degree turn at I-40, then they go up the frontage road, which is right next to the pink line if you're on that sheet of the backup. They then make a left-hand turn and then an immediate right-hand turn. They have to dogleg through that area to get on the other frontage road to go back down around past the Indian restaurant and right past this development to go to Kingman. Not to mention the Antler Mine is going to have to use that route also. So the other way you can go is back to exit 20. That's a dirt road to get on I-40. So basically all the traffic, if they want to stay on a paved road, goes through this area. These are extremely narrow. If you look at the applicant's site plan, the applicant's driveways are wider than the frontage roads are. There's just a phenomenal amount of traffic that goes through this area. The Pride truck stop is right there. You see the white roof just south of the green, the pink and the green line. That's the Pride truck stop there. If you go up to exit 28, there's a Flying J truck stop there. And you have a similar problem up here at exit 26, is the turning radius is too small for these trucks. They cannot stay on their side of the road. This creates an extremely dangerous situation with the amount of traffic that is there now. It's not that it's going to be dangerous in the future. It is dangerous today. If any of you were to drive through that, you'd be amazed at the amount of truck traffic that is in this area. There is too much truck traffic and too much car traffic in this whole area, and I believe that it's unsafe to bring in even more truck traffic and more car traffic to that area. The planning and zoning put a caveat on here that a third-party traffic engineer would do a study, and that they would comply with ADOT's recommendations. I can't get ADOT to do a damn thing. I've asked them the ADOT's commercial enforcement to enforce traffic regulations on this Indian restaurant. Can't get them to do it. That's their road. It's their responsibility. They won't police it. So frankly, I don't want to hinge my vote on what ADOT might do. I just think that's short-sighted. You're effectively asking me to write a blank check that hinges on what some other government agency that I'm not particularly happy with most of the time, what they're going to do. This is going to take a bad situation and make it into a terrible situation. I can't support this because I guarantee what needs to be done here is more than the applicant's going to want to do. The whole area needs a total rework to make it safe for this much traffic. Plenty of land along the interstate. There's other places that you could do that you don't have to take this situation and make a bad situation into a terrible situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Martin.
Thank you. You know, I'm really glad to see everybody here. This is part of this job that I really enjoy. I enjoy seeing the community come out and voice their opinion about how things are in their community. And even though this isn't in my district, I have received more mail and calls about this than anything else. So obviously this is a big deal. And I've looked it over, and I can tell you right now, I will not support that truck stop.
Additional discussion? Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
I'd like to make a point that I actually drove out 2 times to go check this out, once during the day, once during night. I really wanted to see what was going on at the Indian restaurant more than anything else, and it's kind of bad.
Yeah.
I concur with Supervisors Martin and Gould. Sorry. Yeah, that's all right. I'm turning 75 next week. Forgive me. This is a bad scene, and I'm just curious why the traffic engineering study comes after the fact instead of ahead of the fact, ahead of the process.
Director Holtree.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lettman, it really doesn't. We wouldn't approve anything to go there until they do the traffic impact analysis and make sure that they can accommodate everything that can go there. This is just the rezoning and general plan amendment.
Thank you.
Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
Yeah, that's the key point. It's about rezoning. It's not approving the project.
Right.
You know, I find it's somewhat ironic because this is old Route 66, and Yucca survived off of traffic from Route 66. I remember going through there in the 60s as a kid. But I mean, staying focused on this is about a rezoning of this property, not approving a project. But I agree. Unfortunately, what's coming out of California, and until California starts enforcing the law, and we can't count on ADOT to come out and do a traffic study and actually fix any of these problems that's coming up, because these trucks are heavier, they're longer, and it's a disaster right now. And unfortunately, this developer is paying the price for somebody else's bad moves. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you. Additional discussion, or are you entertain a motion?
Motion to deny.
Second.
For that motion, second, any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to open up the public hearing on item number 64. Discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution Number 2026-15, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a low-density residential land use designation to a general commercial land use designation. If you could take it out into the hallway, thank you. And a low-density residential land use designation to a general commercial land use designation, and a rezone of assessor's parcel number 306-31004K from an AR 10A agricultural residential 10-acre minimum lot size zone to a C2H highway commercial zone to allow for commercial development in the Golden Valley vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have a couple people that have signed up to speak on item number 64 during the public hearing, first being Stephen Robinson. Scotty McClure, you're on deck. Or no, excuse me, I'm sorry. Only one person's signed up.
Stephen Robinson, Golden Valley. My original intent was also that didn't get discussed on this item is whether and it's moot on this point because Golden Valley was not approved, but the attorney did not address whether or not it's already been designated as urban development effective with the passage of 62. And that's my whole point, but that did not happen here. So I support the rezone of this commercial property because that was the plan that Supervisor Martin proposed for the rest of, or for the highway corridor, is every property touching Highway 68 shall become commercial. So this is one of those parcels that would become commercial, even though it did not today. So I support this because it is a commercial development right there. There's lots of different uses for general commercial. There is access on Supai Road, so I support doing this. But I would like an answer if 62, except for Golden Valley, changed the general plan for everywhere else in the county. That's a simple yes or no question. Thank you.
That's the last person that we had signed up to speak on item number 64. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak during the public hearing on item number 64? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 64 and open it up to the board. Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Make a motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to open up the public hearing on item number 65, discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-007, a rezone of assessors parcel 306-24061C from an AR 4A agricultural residential 4-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR agricultural residential zone to allow for a minor land division in the Golden Valley vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We had nobody sign up to speak during the public hearing on item number 65. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 65? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 65. I'd open it up to the board for a motion or discussion.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing on item number 66. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-014, a rezone of assessor's parcel number 30602-002 from an A general zone to a CMO commercial manufacturing open lot storage zone to allow for open lot storage in the Golden Valley vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have nobody signed up to speak during the public hearing on item number 66. Is there anyone wishing to speak on item number 66? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 66. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Supervisor Martin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll open the public hearing on item number 67. Approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2026-005, a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 306-31-004K to allow for a billboard in a C2H highway commercial zone in the Golden Valley vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have nobody that has signed up to speak during public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on item number 67? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 67. Open it up to the board for discussion or motion.
I'd like to, for development services, come up
Director Holtree?
and show where we're at. Show where exactly where this billboard's gonna be.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, I don't think we have an exact location of the billboard. It will be on the parcel. This item is in relation to number 64 as well. We just rezoned parcel number 64, or item number 64, which is the parcel 306-31004K. This special use permit would allow for a billboard anywhere on that property that meets our requirements. One of our requirements is that it can't be within 500 feet of an existing billboard.
Okay, all right, motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? Have that motion second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll open the public hearing on item number 68. Discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-018, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a suburban development area land use designation to a general commercial land use designation, and for a rezone of assessors parcel number 225-25-086 from an AR agricultural residential zone to a CMO commercial manufacturing open lot storage zone to allow for open lot storage in the Mojave Valley vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have had nobody sign up to speak on item number 68 during public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 68? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 68. Open it up to the board for discussion.
Motion to approve.
For that motion for approval, do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll open the public hearing on item number 69. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-019, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a suburban development area land use designation to a general commercial land use designation, and rezone of assessors parcel number 254-31-010E from an AR10 agricultural residential 10-acre minimum lot size zone to a CMO commercial manufacturing open lot storage zone to allow for open lot storage in the Kingman vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have nobody signed up to speak during public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 69? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 69. Open it up for discussion or an action.
Motion to approve.
Second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 70, we're going to open the public hearing on item number 70. Discussion, possible action, approve renewal of 4-year lease agreement between Mojave County and Custom Ops BMX for the purpose of developing, operating, and maintaining BMX bicycle facilities on approximately 2.07 acres of county leased Bureau of Land Management land in Section 20, designated for BMX recreation and competition on Highland Road, about 500 feet south of Hancock Road in Bullhead City. With said agreement to be signed by the chairman of the Board of Supervisors, we have one person that signed up to speak during public hearing, Mr. McClure, Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Bullhead. Usually I get up here and gripe about what the government's doing to us, but this guy here, 4 years ago, took over this BMX place, this track, and it was a mess, a total mess. This is night and day what he's done to this. Night and day. And he does it year round. The weeds pop up, he's got brush going, it don't go on his property. He just cleans it up. 365 days a year. I've never seen anything like this. This is a guy that you should try to get to work for the county here. I know he's retired and he probably doesn't want a job anymore, but this is the kind of personnel that you need to have working for this county. Like I said, I get up here and gripe. This guy needs a pat on the back. He needs a 4-year lease. I think a 40-year lease. Now, I do have one problem here. That you need to put bathrooms there. I don't know if this is big enough to do it because he's really built this track up with all this stuff. You're renting a porta potty, 2 of them. And one's a handicap. I don't know what that costs for the year. They're there year round. This guy's he's got this thing, it's packed when he has his shows. And these little 2 porta potties ain't making it. So I don't know. I know you can buy a bathrooms for $100,000 or whatever. I don't know where in the heck you're going to get that money, but consider, I know the Boys and Girls Club is right next door, but that's a different animal. That's a city. And to use their bathrooms, you know, they have some city employee have to open them up when he's having his races. He's got a couple kids that are world class. They go over to Europe and race.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's quite a deal here. Like I say, he cleans this place, and I've never seen anything like it. You got to have him working for you guys. But think about some bathrooms there in the future.
That was the only person we had sign up to speak. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item number 70? I'm going to close the public hearing. I'd open it up to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval of item 70 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor. For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll open the public hearing on item number 71. A, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-016 for the purpose of extinguishing a portion of a public roadway and utility easement known as North Avenida Halfley Road, containing 2.39 acres, more or less, more particularly described in Exhibit B and Exhibit B1, and further accept the dedication of road right-of-way to the general public containing 2.91 acres, more or less, as described in Exhibit A and Exhibit A1, as requested by Thomas Nelson Lewis and Mary Olga Bardacher, and Erwin and Mary Krabby, owners of APN numbers 310-15-031 and 310-16-063, and authorize the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to sign and record the dedication of right-of-way documents and acknowledge said dedication does not cause any Mojave County maintenance obligation. B, approve the request for reimbursement of the $600 Mojave County extinguishment application fee as per Mojave County Ordinance number 2018-03, as requested by Louis Bardacher, on the basis of the dedication of road right-of-way to general public contains 0.52 acres, more or less, as extinguishment contains 2.39 acres, more or less, and the acquired dedication of road right-of-way contains 2.91 acres, more or less. We do not have anyone signed up to speak on item number 71. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 71 during the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Director Letoski, could you come up to the podium, please, and just give a general overview on A and B?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, this is somewhat complex, but rather well thought out by the applicant, and the county certainly understands where the applicant's coming from. So most of us know where the intersection of Mojave Airport Drive and State Route 66, the signalized intersection on State Route 66 near the Kingman Airport. Well, this concerns Avenida Halfley. It's a section-line road that comes in at a 45-degree angle, a skewed angle, into State Route 66, just northwest of that intersection. And what the applicants are proposing is to realign Avenida Halfley to actually bring it through their property. All 3 property owners are affected. That's why you see 3 property owners in the motion. And as a result, Avenida Halfley will actually tie into Grace Neal Parkway at a right angle. It makes perfect sense for future development of Avenida Halfley. And the applicants in this case are proposing an extinguishment. Of course, in an extinguishment of an ingress-egress easement, they still retain the real property rights. But in turn, they are proposing to dedicate real property dedication to the county of about 2.9 acres of 84-foot wide Avenida Halfley, the realigned portion, to tie into Grace Neal Parkway. And that's what ties into Part B. This is simply an applicant's request. When the applicant requests a waiver or reimbursement of the fees, staff only just puts this in front of the board for consideration. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
What's your professional opinion if this came from a private entity? Is this something that Public Works supports?
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, we do support the logic behind the realignment of Avenida Half. It makes good sense for future development of that roadway where it would tie into Grace Neal Park.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elters, thank you.
If I may, as your county manager, I strongly recommend it. Grace Neal Parkway is envisioned by the county to be a county highway in the future when funding becomes available to be developed and to connect State Route 66 to Stockton Hill Road. Both county highways, or the State Route 66 is a state route and Stockton Hill is a county highway. From an engineering perspective, having a 90-degree intersection layout is the best layout for development. And so with that said, I would concur with what you heard from Director Latowski and recommend it strongly to the board.
Thank you, Manager Elters. Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Question about the $600 waiver. Have we done that in the past? Is that something that we've done in the past? When somebody's made a donation like this?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, honestly, I cannot recount an instance where the board has waived the fee, but I presume I know the board has entertained fee waivers in the past. I can't immediately recall a fee waiver for an abandonment.
And if I understand this right, when they do this, this is going to help them, the people that own the property adjacent to this. Is this going to be something that would help them in the future, maybe if they want to develop or sell it?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Chairman Martin, Supervisor Martin, actually to the remarks made by County Manager and County Engineer Elters, there is an enhanced ability to obtain ingress and egress now to those properties being served. Yes, I would foresee that, as well as to the manager's point, it makes Grace Neal Parkway operations that much more.
Okay, I have a question for Sam. Sam, in this situation, is it to Mojave County's advantage to give a waiver, or should we not? Because we may be starting something that might come and bite us down the road, maybe. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Martin, just to be clear, I hear you say waiver. That's not what we're considering here. We're actually, what is being requested is reimbursement. And so, in a nutshell, they are giving up more land than they're getting back in this exchange. The difference between the two is estimated at this $600 reimbursement for them. I believe from an engineering perspective, it is a benefit to the public in the future to have a properly aligned four-way intersection, and to that end, I see no problem. It's really a fair exchange. They're giving up more land than they're getting back. Okay. With that, I'll make a motion.
Heard that motion. I have a. Do I have a second?
He needs to make a motion.
I did. Make a motion to approve.
A and B?
A and B.
Okay, for that motion. Do I have a second?
I have a motion to divide the motion.
Would you consider dividing the motion, doing one at a time, per Supervisor Gould's request?
Sure, why not?
Motion to approve A, is that what it is?
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Mr. Davis, to reword the question, does this satisfy the gift clause as far as the public benefit received outweighs reimbursement of the $600?
For item B, you're asking specifically?
Well, I'm asking just discussion item.
Right. It is always our preference not to it is always our suggestion not to give any form of waiver of reimbursement without consideration, because that would start brushing up against the gift clause. So
is the consideration not the property that's being deeded over?
it is a close call in my mind, which is why I'm taking a look at it and not yes or no on it.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elders.
Again, not to weigh in on the policy side of things, but just to point out, this is an amicable, voluntary arrangement or transaction. If the board was to approve item A and not item B, the owners in this case may reconsider, and at which time staff would have two options. One is to leave this intersection layout the way it is, which is not recommended from an engineering perspective, or pursue eminent domain where we have to appraise it, make an offer, and purchase it that way. So, it seems to me it would be a reasonable action at this time since we have the parties' agreement and the appraisal that would precede eminent domain would cost a lot more than what is being asked for here. So I think it's a reasonable way, in all honesty.
Yeah, it's kind of the way I see it. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but we're requiring a dedication of road right-of-way, which is almost 3 acres, and then they're giving up another half an acre, looks like.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latosky, did the property owner, did we approach this property owner, or did they make application?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, they approached the county.
So I'm assuming that this is to their benefit. I doubt they were just thinking at the coffee table, hey, we should realign this road so that it'll be easier for the county to make a 90-degree intersection. So I'm assuming they did this for their own benefit, and I have no problem whatsoever with that. I am a capitalist. But that we're going to waive the other portion sets a bad precedent. You may get in trouble out of line with the gift clause. But I think it's mainly starts a bad precedent, because if you read every zoning application, they tell us what the great benefit is to the neighbors in the area. You're going to fight that battle for the rest of till the dawn of time, because they all dream up great reasons why their proposed development benefits the neighborhood. Generally, it's through increased taxes. But I'm just not interested in waiving fees that we would normally charge. Had we went there and said, hey, we would like to do this, right, and rather than eminent domain in your property, make application, we'll waive the fee and straighten out your lines. I'm happy to do that, but I don't want to waive the fee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I think we have a motion and second on portion A. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. I'd entertain a motion on portion B.
Motion to deny.
For that motion, do I have a second? Dies from lack of second. I'll make a motion to approve B.
Second.
Any additional discussion?
I'd explain that. As Mr. Elser's explained, the county's getting a whole lot better deal on this. And there's no doubt in my mind that at some point in time, those landowners will see a benefit too. But the thing is, look what the benefit is for the county. Look what they're giving up for the county. And I think that's, as County Manager Elser said, I think it's a fair trade, and I would vote.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 72. Open the public hearing. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-020 for the extinguishment, more particularly described in Exhibit A, within Sage Hill Tract 4179, Lot 4, Block 1, that portion being a 20-foot wide by 70-foot long stormwater retention easement containing 0.034 acres, more or less, for Dan and Susan Valadeo, owners of APN 227-24-004. We have the applicant that has signed up. If you'd like to come up. Dan? Or let's see here. Dava Salin, thank you.
This is Dana Sellin at 3429 Sunbeam Drive, Bullhead City, and I'm with Aquatic Pools. We were here a few months ago. We had another person on this street. It's an old antiquated easement that was in there when the original grading was done. Afterwards, they put a subdivision in with streets to handle all the water. The lots have all been graded, and they run from the front to the back, not along the back of the houses, which is where the easement is. They have block walls all around them, and the street contains all the water. So it's just one of these old things that was left on the map when they developed it. We just need to remove it so these people can have a swimming pool. Anybody have any questions for me?
After we close the public hearing, if we have questions, we'll bring it.
Thank you.
That was the last person we had signed up for public hearing. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item number 72? Excuse me. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to the board.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
With that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. You have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to open the public hearing, item number 73. Discussion, possible action, approve and adopt the 2017 FDA Model Food Code and the proposed amendments to Mojave County Ordinance 98-10, effective March 1st, 2026. We have nobody signed up to speak on item number 73 for a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on item number 73? I'm going to close the public hearing. Director Palmer.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I'm going to go through I'm going to keep it short presentation about the food code and answer some of the items that Supervisor Letman had requested back in December when we set this public hearing. I'm more than happy to revisit any particular piece of information after I get through it. This is the purpose and objectives of our presentation. The purpose of the food code is to address foodborne illness and to mitigate illness. This slide shows some of the information for nationwide foodborne illness. Foodborne illness continues to be an issue, with 87% occurring at brick and mortar food establishments. And then over on the right-hand side, it has the definitions, the risk categories. Type 3 is going to be a complex location. Type 2 is moderate. Type 1 is limited. And then contributing factors to foodborne illness outbreaks include contamination, proliferation, and survival. Food safety program within Mojave County. Any establishment that sells or serves food to the public are required to be permitted and inspected. We issue about 1,600 annual food permits and 300 temporary events permits per year. And Arizona law requires that anyone selling or serving food to the public must be permitted and inspected unless they're explicitly exempted under this law. So on to the food code. Any establishment that sells food to the public, again, participates in the food safety program unless explicitly exempt, and that is outlined in ARS 36-136. This would include potlucks, cottage food, school garden food prep, and any items under the authority of the FDA. This food safety guidance is prepared every 4 years, with review and revision coming from the biannual Conference for Food Protection, which is comprised of people from regulatory authorities, industry, academia, and consumers. The purpose is to reduce foodborne illnesses and injury in food establishments by eliminating most important hazards and creating uniform standards for food safety and inspection. Once the FDA's Model Food Code is released, it is then adopted by various jurisdictions according to their purpose and need. In Arizona, state statute requires the protection of food for consumers and designates ADHS as the regulatory authority and directs them to create rules. These rules are created by adopting the food code, which they do in whole or part, and are codified in the state's administrative code. In 2019, ADHS adopted the 2017 Food Code. State statute also allows ADHS to delegate their regulatory authority, which they do through the delegation agreements, which Mojave County does hold a delegation agreement with them. And then much of what is updated in the 27 Food Code is clarifying language. So let's go through what's less restrictive in the 2017 Food Code compared to the 2009 one that we currently have. Amending the cooking and holding times for raw animal foods. Depending on the raw animal type, this is actually both less and more restrictive. I'll go into a little bit of that. Raw animal foods cooked in non-continuous manner can follow normal cooking requirements. There is a date marking exemption for certain scallop and molluscan shellfish. That includes live clams, oysters, and scallops that have not been shucked. They're still in the shell. There's also an exemption for foods requiring time or temperature control safety or TCS foods that are vacuum packaged from needing a hazardous analysis critical control point or HACCP plan. When the product is labeled, held at 41 degrees Fahrenheit, and removed from the package within 48 hours. Lastly, it amends the requirements for ill food workers, which is another item that's less and more restrictive in parts, depending on the illness. So the less restrictive piece is it removes requirements for food employees to provide a medical release after having typhoid fever. The food item example that I have for you is cooking chicken used to require that it be held at cooking temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit for at least 15 seconds. Now, once it reaches that temperature, it can be removed from the heat source. So the more restrictive, the requirement for food labels to include sub-ingredients of a main ingredient. This applies primarily to manufactured food and food processors. So the example is tomato paste. Instead of just saying it contains tomato paste, it's going to be tomato, salt, oil, and garlic. This is not for food, restaurant food service. This is for retail food. So items that are sold and then packaged, or prepared, packaged, and then sold. Frozen fish that is vacuum packed must follow thawing requirements according to the method. For example, the requirement will vary whether they are thawed under refrigeration or under water. So at times something's frozen, it has to go into the refrigerator. Other times it can be have cold water ran over it. The person in charge must be a certified food protection manager on site during hours of food operation. And there must be written procedures for employees when responding to vomiting or diarrheal events. It moves the big 5 of the foodborne illnesses to big 6, adding non-typhoidal salmonella. So what are the benefits? It aligns us with a delegation agreement that we currently hold with ADHS. It also improves food safety practices of food establishments and results in fewer critical violations, as the certified food, the CFPM staff are quality assurance specialists for the establishment. Therefore, we see fewer critical violations and thus then decreasing the number of foodborne outbreaks. So let's get to what we did in preparation of today's meeting. Since January of last year, we have been working on moving forward with the updated food code. It started out with mailing 935 surveys. 840 of those were delivered, and 9% of those were returned back to us. Additionally, the team went to city chamber meetings. They went to Tri-City and did presentations. They did workshops within each community and provided the information of the changes and received the feedback from the food establishment and the food establishment staff and with the public. And the number one piece of feedback that we received was regarding the CFPM component. So since the CFPM component was the most piece of feedback that we received, I'm going to go over some of the information around CFPM and what are the requirements for different establishments. A food protection manager certification verifies that the person in charge has sufficient food safety knowledge to protect the public from foodborne illness and to oversee the safe storage, preparation, and service of food. Again, the establishment's quality assurance specialist. It is a one-day course and covers some of the same topics as basic food handler class, but in more depth. Depending on the vendor, the exam is between 75 to 90 questions with a 2-hour time limit. Cost of the course and exam ranges between $85 to $180. Again, depending on which vendor is utilized for the online learning modules and exam. During our time of investigation of this item, we learned there is a book on Amazon for sale for $25 that covers the information. This is a book that food establishments could purchase, have on hand, and provide to whichever staff are in need of completing the exam. The online proctoring fee is about $50 if they go under ServSafe. However, we proctor the state food safety for free. Bottom line, again, establishment could have the shared book and then send them our way to take the exam for free. Sorry. Clicked in the wrong spot. Okay. So establishments where CFPMs would not be required include nonprofit, churches, and private clubs. It is important to note that out of 1,600 annual food permits, about 1,100 currently are required to have a CFPM on staff and available. Depending on the specific operations, some establishments may qualify for a variance. For example, if a senior center is only receiving and serving lunches prepared by another permitted food establishment, they would not be required to have a CFPM on site, similar to school's satellite kitchen. So the value added, again, although we do not want to dismiss the concerns around the CFPM component of the 2017 Food Code, I want to highlight some of the benefits of having the quality control knowledge of a CFPM. Improved food safety practices, better inspection ratings, reduced loss of inventory, a lower risk of food contamination and foodborne illness. This is a review of the steps that were taken over the last year to get us to this point. Again, it's a high-level overview. And our plan for transition, if the food code is adopted, for the CFPM requirement, we will be offering the Certified Food Protection Manager training and testing monthly in the cities of Bullhead, Kingman, and Lake Havasu, and biannually in Colorado City and Beaver Dam Littlefield area. This was budgeted for in fiscal year 26, so it's currently within the environmental health budget, and it is included in the fiscal year 27 budget also. That way we have it for a full 12 months, and as they're being utilized, we will continue to offer those opportunities for the CFPM. Additionally, Arizona at Work can provide funding to cover required training costs for employees and employers, helping to ensure compliance does not create an undue financial hardship for organizations. For contamination events, we have prepared templates, and food establishments can adapt these to their business needs or use as is. For ill food worker restrictions and exclusion requirements, the FDA has an employee health policy tool that can be used by both the employee and the employer. And that is the information I have. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Palmer, I seem to remember amending out at the Certified Food Production Manager during the Board of Health meeting.
That is what the feedback was for the Board of Health. Again, the CFPM was the component, that was the concern. As this was provided on the board agenda, I don't know if you noticed, but the language of the Board of Health recommends this was excluded from this item, in part due to an item that Attorney Mitchell had discovered during his time of working with us on the adoption of the food code.
Maybe we could get Attorney Mitchell to come up and explain this to us. How the state thinks we should once again rubber stamp things. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I was going to call down Attorney Mitchell anyways. He sent a memorandum to the board. I'd like him to talk about that.
Good morning, Supervisors. Attorney Gould, Supervisor Gould, I know you're going to love this one. All right. So essentially, I assumed we could modify it, we could amend it. Looking at it, though, however, and I'll go through kind of the steps of how I got there. The state has been given the power to enforce food code establishments as other public health. So the state has been given that. The state has generously delegated that power to the county to enforce on their behalf. And this is done through a delegation agreement. The delegation agreement then requires that we follow the Arizona Administrative Code. The Arizona Administrative Code adopts the 2017 Food Code, which essentially has adopted the FDA Food Code. So I'm going through a lot of different avenues, but where we get to is the delegation agreement requires that we follow the 2017 Food Code. So whatever we adopt here today, I would say it doesn't matter. We're already following the 2017 Food Code. I know. That's what it is. And so for enforcement, I would have to follow the 2017 Food Code because that's how we would get there. That's the authority I would cite if I was. As far as whether or not you would like to adopt the Mojave County Food Code, call it the Mojave County Food Code. I see advantages there. It's possible you could adopt it, maybe make some sort of amendments that are more restrictive, but I don't want to go into too many hypotheticals unless you guys have more questions. So I hope I clarified it. I hope I didn't make it more confusing.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Mitchell. So when you start looking at this is a federal code. since the federal government is under the Constitution is an enumerated powers document, they were never enumerated the power to protect the safety of food inside the states. So in reality, the state has done this to us because they willingly adopted something that they could not be forced to adopt. And then they've said, here's our model food code. Pretend that you are adopting this when you're not really adopting it, and yet call it the Mojave County Food Code.
That's one way of putting it, but yes.
So what we might want to call this is the Arizona Food Code, and say that Mojave County will be enforcing the Arizona food codes, because it's really not our food code. If we can't change things and make it ours, it's really the state telling us to enforce their code. The other option is we don't adopt it and we tell the state to send their inspectors up and do the restaurant inspection, which probably doesn't benefit anybody, because then they'll be as responsive as ADOT if one of our constituents has a problem. Somewhat of a catch-22. I think I could choke it down if we just call it the Arizona Food Code instead of the Mojave County Food Code.
You could do that. And I guess the only advantage I would see from a legal perspective would be if you call it the Mojave County Food Code, it's possible you could make amendments so long as it didn't contradict anything in the delegation agreement, right?
So that being said, we could add additional requirements, but not get rid of requirements.
I mean, again, if that comes up, that would be a possible advantage. But again, essentially, we already are following this 2017 code because the delegation agreement requires it. So you're not wrong. I'm just saying there could be an advantage there, calling it the Mojave County Food Code, adopting it, possibly making changes.
Only more restrictive change.
More restrictive, or if the delegation agreement doesn't specifically point out whatever specific change we want to make. So it's hard because it's a hypothetical, but if there's something that came up, you could amend it, whatever change you want.
That's what I would say. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I've got Director Palmer, could you come back up to the podium? I've got just a quick question. I'm not a fan of food poisoning like anybody else. I think that's kind of the angle that we're going for is somewhat paternalistic, but we don't want people to get food poisoning, right?
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Does the food code that we have right now, does it require or allow us to online post restaurant inspections, so that myself as a consumer, if I've never eaten at a restaurant, I can go online and I can look at what their latest restaurant inspection was, and I can make that choice as a consumer whether or not I want to go there?
Chairman Lingenfelter, absolutely. It's posted on our Mojave.gov website, and those are updated monthly. And then I do know that the Havasu Herald will run those inspections also as part of their newspaper items.
Appreciate it. I think from a consumer standpoint, that's most compelling to me. If I know that I'm running a restaurant and that's going to get posted to a public website every month, I would want to make sure that I'm doing everything right so I get a good rating.
Mr. Chairman, to that point.
Supervisor Gould.
To that point, we used to have a system where we put their letter grade in the front window, which was the ultimate way to protect this. Because it's right there. It doesn't require that you go on a website. It's right there next to the front door. I like that plan. They used to do that in Riverside, California. And I had been known to eat at a particular restaurant that had a B all the time, but I really liked their food. But at least I knew that they had a B.
Yeah.
But I think if you really want to protect people, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
I read in the Havasu paper, I read the restaurant inspections, but I'm on the health board and I'm a member of the board of supervisors, but I don't know how many other people actually read it.
I don't want to get away from what's published, but am I within the boundary still asking maybe why that letter grade posting went away, or maybe that's something I need to bring back to another agenda?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, to both of your comments on that, it's not a letter grade, it's a color. So the green, I'm going to try and do this from memory, but I have Tara Stanek, my environmental health manager back there. Green is excellent. Yellow is satisfactory, and red is, but I mean, usually at the point that they get a red, they're not operating at that point. Is that correct? Yes, that is when they are no longer operating. So it's colors. It is supposed to be posted wherever the public can see it quickly. And so if you do not see one in an establishment, ask them where it is.
Thanks for answering the question. I didn't mean to
It's
pull it
probably
away
right
from
next
you,
to the gun ban poster that gets put by the business license instead of by the front door to tell you that they've banned guns.
That's right. Additional discussion? Yeah, Supervisor Burley, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Palmer, so when an inspector goes into a restaurant and they find a violation or a ding or whatever, and the restaurateur fixes that problem right then and there, do they have to get re-inspected a month later, or?
If it's a violation, sorry, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Borelli, if it's a violation that can be fixed on the spot, it is not an item that will be recorded against them. If it's something where staff have to come back and do a re-inspection, then that's when the re-inspection fee is incurred. But we are always hoping to educate and work alongside of the establishment rather than penalize them. We are not coming in there to penalize them immediately. There are circumstances, though, where we cannot turn into educating versus doing the citing because, you know, if there's vermin in there, you know, if there's something that's going to make somebody very sick within minutes of them eating it, those are times where we act more quickly. And
okay, thank you. Additional discussion, or I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Let's see. I move that we adopt the 2017 FDA Model Food Code and the proposed amendments to the Mojave County Ordinance 98-10, changing the name to the Arizona Food Code, effective March 1st, 2026.
Second. For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Thank you, Director Palmer. Board, I apologize. I blew right through. I think we were supposed to stop for lunch. So I'm going to ask, would you guys like to keep plowing through or just break for lunch? Okay. That's what I would pick too. Bunch of workhorses up here. Thank you. Item number 74, we'll open up the public hearing. Discussion, possible action, approve and adopt a new and modified fee schedule for Mojave County Animal Shelter. We have a few people that have signed up to speak during public hearing. Penelope Townsend. Angela Duval, you're on deck. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Board. It's been a long time since I've seen you, since the new shelter was built. Penelope Townsend, 2247 Golden Gate Avenue, Kingman. I'm addressing this item because I definitely do not think that this is a good idea. And I don't think all of the people in rescue in Mojave County think it's a good idea either, but I can't really speak for them. It'd lead to litters being possibly abandoned in the desert, maybe killed, shot, or put in a gunny sack like the old farmers used to do and chucked in the river. It would certainly not lead to a more responsible approach of the people with unfixed adult animals. It would lead to more calls for animal control, that's for sure, because they'd be picking up litters, or people would find litters, take them home, and then, you know, come and pick them up. The people whose dogs having these litters usually have no money or next to no money. I discovered this many times while I'm helping people through Penny's Perfect Fix, which is the spay and neuter organization that I started for low-income families in Mojave County. I would ask them to contribute $45, which consisted of a rabies shot, which you have to spay or neuter a dog, not a cat, by the way, and $25 to get them pain meds. For the females, they all have to have 3 days pain meds. Anyway, I would be lucky if I could get the $15 for the rabies shot. I did try and insist on that, but I have funded many spay and neuters completely because these people cannot bring their dogs to the vet. They don't have a car, they don't have gas, they have nothing. Their living situation is just horrible, and so is the dogs. Now we have some sort of coordination with Friends of Mojave County Animal Shelter and the shelter itself to get litters into foster. And we, as Penny's Perfect fix the mama dogs. We insist if the people are going to put the litters into foster, they have to let us fix those mama dogs. And if we stop doing that, if people just randomly come with $100 and surrender a litter, then, or $50 if it's 2 puppies, then how do we know these females are going to be fixed? And in 6 months, she'll have exactly the same situation again. Basically, we need ordinances to change with ideally compulsory spay and neuter and heavy fines if the dogs aren't fixed within allotted times. If they're picked up or animal control has to go and do a welfare check, okay, you've got, for example, a month to get this dog fixed. And it's easy to get help, or relatively easy to get help to fix your dogs in Mojave County. There's Penny's Perfect Fix, there's Saint, people are doing free adoption, free spay and neuter clinics. So it's not that you can't get help. Even the simplest person could figure it out. We need ordinance changes, that's it. Finish with backyard breeders. It's got to change. And I'm very happy to see that a post this morning that the federal government are going to start looking into that and assign attorneys for each state that are going to be only working for animal concerns.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Angela Duvall. Lynn Canyon, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Board. Angela Duval, 3636 Lausa Road in Golden Valley. I actually am the president of Penny's Perfect Fix after Penny had retired from most of her rescue. I am opposed to the proposed litter surrender fee for puppies and kittens. I actually foster puppies myself in my own home. I've had 22 puppies in my home just this year. I also issue vouchers for spay and neuter for low-income families, seniors, and veterans. Many of the families that are surrendering litters right now don't have enough money to feed the animals or their families, let alone afford to give them to the shelter so they might have a better life. Imposing a surrender fee will cause an increase in dumped animals. The rise in homeless animals will cause an unnecessary strain on resources for animal control officers that have to contain and bring in these animals. The diseases and parasites these animals may contract will spread rapidly, causing public health issues, among other problems, not to mention the public safety issues from animals running the streets. We need ordinances to deal with backyard breeders and those that make their animals reproduce for profit, not impose fees for those that are already struggling. We need more accessible education for public on resources to help fix their animals. We need to put time and energy into reducing the homeless population for these animals to solve the problem, not to put a Band-Aid on it to cover the costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Canyon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelter, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lynn Canyon. I live at 3472 Monte Moro Street in Kingman. I am the founder and president of Friends of Mojave County Animal Shelter. As the shelter director will bring to your attention, Mojave County is facing an unprecedented situation. In 2025 alone, our shelter has received 1,083 surrendered puppies. That number is not just alarming, it is unsustainable. Whether due to irresponsibility or genuine economic hardship, the result is the same. The burden falls on our shelter, the staff and volunteers, and ultimately the taxpayers of Mojave County. We cannot continue at this pace. The shelter director will propose implementing a surrender fee. And I agree that this can be part of the solution with an important adjustment. The fee should be waived when an individual surrenders an entire litter and provides proof that the mother dog has been spayed. Vouchers are already available through local nonprofits. We are fortunate in Mojave County to have organizations like Pet Angel Foundation, Bullhead City Saint, and Penny's Paw for Perfect. They work along with the Mojave County, the Humane Society of Mojave County, which provides low-cost spay and neuters. They are doing their part, but they cannot solve the problem alone. The sheer numbers of puppies coming into the shelter places enormous strain, not only in staff and volunteers, but county resources. Every animal requires housing, food, medical care, and time. These costs add up quickly. Whether without intervention, they will continue to grow. The most effective and responsible long-term solution is for Mojave County to enforce a mandatory spay and neuter ordinance, paired with proper licensing. This is not about punishment, it's about prevention, accountability, and compassion. By stopping the cycle before it happens, this will protect animals, reduce overcrowding, and save county funds. Once we bring these litters under control, our shelter can begin to refocus its efforts on adopting out adult dogs who are currently being overlooked by the amount of puppies coming in. This issue will not resolve itself. The numbers prove that. What will make a difference is decisive preventative action, and that starts here. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sean Reagan.
Sean Reagan, Kingman, 1001 Buchanan Street, Kingman, Arizona 86401. I notably mentioned that I run Arizona Vet Canine, Starlight Kennels, and I have 3 organizations that conveniently get left out a lot of these programs. We spay and neuter them ourselves. I have often funded it myself with very limited resources that I'm given. This action today, trying to impose a fee on individuals who already can't afford it, is not only absurd, but it's not sustainable. My shelter alone, we had over 30 surrendered puppies at our location. The funny thing is that these cute puppies turn into the very adult dogs that you're looking at and walking away from. They don't stay puppy for very long. They don't stay that cute for very long, because then they develop kind of a kennel soreness because they're in the kennels for so long. I have dogs that have been there for 4.5 years without anybody even taking a second look at them. And now we have to retrain, provide more resources to other matters. So we get our fair share too. And between the 3 organizations, I'd like to see some input from the county supervisors to assist the rescue organizations a little bit more. And maybe we can try to eliminate this. I know it's costing the county shelter as well as ours and any of the other rescues a lot of money. So we need to find a way. We can find a way together that would be most beneficial, because the last thing I want to do is run each other against each other. So if the board can maybe refrain from doing something that would hinder us rather than help us, that would be most appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was the last person that had signed up to speak during public hearing. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item number 74? State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
I'm in Chicago, Fort Mojave,
aka the German. Someone was talking earlier about implementing a surrender fee. I think you implement a surrender fee, you have more stray animals. Then people don't care. We need to have a different system. Educate people when they get a puppy, Christmas puppy. Those dogs grow up. You know, they depends what breed you have. You have a Belgian Malinois, you need to have room to run. They don't sit in a kennel 24/7 and wait for you. They want to do something. Same thing with the German Shepherd or Doberman or even a Great Dane. They need room. You cannot have those animals in apartments, small houses with no room to run. So I think starting to educate people what animals they get is the best way to start. And if they have problems with it, you know, I would volunteer to take an animal in to at least have them for a certain time till they find a place to stay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak on item number 74?
Stephen Robinson, Golden Valley. Chairman Lingenfelter, I want to endorse the lady in red's proposal that if someone brings in a proof of spaying, spaying, subsequent to the litter that they bring in, that they get that of $100 or $25 per pet waived. The other thing I recommend is that we find out how to enforce animal control laws across the county. I know they're busy and there's a lot of problems, but the people that get these animals have no business having them. And that's what's unfortunate. You know, I have a friend who just paid $800 for her little miniature poodle to be fixed, the stomach. So people can afford it. They should be doing it, not having animals that they just let roam wild. Thank you.
I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 74. Open it up to the board for discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Manager Elters, thank you.
if I may, I'd like to offer a couple of comments and then have staff come up and present to the board some additional information. My comments are the animal shelter is funded through the general fund, and the guiding principles that we operate with is any department, any section, any unit that is funded through the general fund reviews any fees every 2 to 3 years to ensure that we're staying current and that can be self-sustaining with minimal impact to the general fund, which is, as you know, how it's funded. To that end, the animal shelter has been now operating long enough that we understand the pattern, we understand the trend, we understand the impact, and that's what I would really like our staff to share with you, the board. This is really intended to manage these conditions, these expectations. It's not punitive in nature, at least it's not intended to be, but we have, as you heard, we have an impact, we have a concern that is unsustainable if it continues this way, and it's staff's effort to make you, the board, aware of what they're dealing with and the steps taken or needs to be taken to ensure that we continue to fund the animal shelter through grants, through other sorts of funds that is intended to help, but also provide some relief and reduce the impact of the general fund. And with that said, Aaron, if you would go ahead and proceed, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman and the board. We had a lot of backup on this item, and just to keep it brief, I do have 2 slides just to summarize 2 points on there, and pull it up.
so just two slides here. This is just to give the numbers of FY24 versus FY25, just to show the increase of the puppies in particular, the visual. And secondly, these are just some of the financial impact. As County Manager Elters did touch on, we do a lot of grant writing. Our shelter manager does a phenomenal job of trying to write for every grant possible. I'm sure you all see the PetSmart grants on most every agenda that we try to write for. So we did have Friends of Mojave County last year. We had $40,000 in medical reimbursements. We had our contracted low-cost vet services. We are contracted to spend $136,000. Last year we spent $150,000. We had to cover PetSmart grant funding to cover excess vet bills in the amount of $29,000, roughly. And to cover excess food, animal care, and supply costs, we transferred $11,000. So while we do write for grants and we do reach out for extra money, we're constantly applying this extra money from our grants to cover. And these are actual photos, just of a few of some of the letters we get. So with that, I'd be happy to touch on some of the numbers we've proposed or answer any questions.
Supervisor Burley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if somebody comes in and surrenders a dog, you're going to charge them a fee to surrender the dog.
No, this is specific just to puppies and kittens.
Oh, only for puppies and kittens.
Correct. There is no surrender fee for an adult dog, for any animal. This is just being proposed for a puppy or kitten 6 months and under.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair, so if I walk in with a basket full of puppies, say I found this on the side of the road, are you going to charge me surrender fees?
That would be what we're proposing right now.
I'm the Good Samaritan. I'm bringing in a box of puppies. You're gonna charge the Good Samaritan that found them on the side of the road?
That's what we're proposing today. We're open for discussion, of course, of modifying this today as well.
Like, how can you tell if he's the Good Samaritan or he's bringing in a box of puppies that was household pets?
That's an absolute fair point, Supervisor. We just have no starting point today because we charge no fee, period.
Aaron, I've got a question for you. I think I understand. I mean, obviously, this is a general fund run enterprise. I'm just going to ask it. It looks like you guys are recommending a $10 increase for adoptions. Wouldn't it make more sense to increase the fees, the adoption fees, for people that actually want animals, and to try to charge people that are trying to get rid of animals?
Chairman Lingenfelter, that is a great point. And again, we are super open to having this discussion today.
And then if you raise it, I mean, maybe that'll make them think twice whether or not they actually want a dog or a cat.
Sure.
You know what I mean? If it's going to cost you a little bit more money, you better be sure of your decision.
Sure, absolutely. And of course, we struggle with the balance of trying to get animals adopted because this is a very rural community. And many people come in and say they can't even afford the adoption fees that we're charging. And we are one of the lowest actually in the state. And we will have people come in and say the 125 is very high. Do you have any ongoing sponsorships right now? And Friends of Mojave County does subsidize a lot of these fees. So we oftentimes find ourselves kind of at a bit of a crossroads because already they cover a lot of the adoption fees. So to go up, let's say $25 or $50 or whatever amount we might want to consider, we do then reduce some of the population that's interested in coming in to adopt from us.
That, to counter your point though, if they can't even afford the adoption fee, how are they going to afford a surgery? Or when something bad happens? Because you can't depend on, it's just like a kid, you know, something's going to happen and you got to have either insurance or you got to have some cash sitting aside, because you're taking on the responsibility for a living, breathing creature, right? So, I mean, if you can't afford the adoption fee, then maybe we're not the option for you anyway. You know what I mean? Do we even want to sell you a dog or a cat?
I agree with you, Chairman. That's a great point.
I mean, that's maybe a tough decision, and nobody wants to be the bad guy these days. But, you know, we have our costs to cover at this facility. I think that I would probably support upping the fees for people that actually want to love and care for a dog and have thought about it, and they're going to pay the adoption fee, than to try to get money out of people that are irresponsible, perhaps, or whatever, you know, reason. I can't assign a reason to somebody that's trying to get rid of a bunch of puppies. But I think you're going to see maybe some unintended consequences if you try to charge people for puppies that they don't want. Cats. You guys are cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Spreckengross, how many dogs? As I recall, we don't get 125 for many of the dogs. I think over 2, they're free or $25.
So over a year-old and 40 pounds, usually $49, but Friends of Mojave County always covers that amount that's lacking. So we do get the full 125. It's just Friends of Mojave County has to write us a check for the other portion of that.
Okay. I don't know that came. When I worked on dogs for veterans, I don't know that came up, that they were covering the balance between the 125 and the 49. That department runs a deficit currently. You know what the deficit is off the top of your head?
For the animal shelter?
Yeah.
It would be roughly, with the FY25 actual, roughly probably about $450,000.
I thought it was about $500,000.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. I don't believe that state statute requires us to run an animal shelter.
It doesn't, but the services we provide would be under Title 11, Chapter 7, Article 6, and 6.1, which would be the rabies quarantine area. Because animal control doesn't have that currently. We house that for them.
That's the rabies program?
Correct.
Okay.
The quarantine county pound.
Oh, the holding facility. Yeah, but most of those animals, if they get surrendered, they're not quarantined, are they?
They're not, but we have quite a few. We have one kennel specific to all of that. And public does bring in animals that bite or...
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But not all of those. If it's a bite animal, it's handled differently. If it's bit someone, it's handled differently than a surrendered dog.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So currently we have no surrender fees on adult animals either.
We have no surrender fee, period.
Interesting. Do you know if you were going to waive the fee on evidence that the female dog had been altered? Can they, by the time, when are the pups old enough that the mother can be altered by the time they're normally turning the pups in?
Yes, they could. But again, because this is brand new and we're bringing it to you as a point of discussion, that's definitely a point of consideration that we could consider and come back to you written out. This is obviously to bring to you and get your feedback and your determination. And if you say, yes, we're in favor of this, but waive the fee if you can provide proof within 30 days or 60 days that the mother is fixed, we would certainly be open to that. So
I'm just assuming there's a period of time between the dog giving birth and when she can be fixed.
Yep.
There's probably a period of time there, and is that actually realistic? Depending on how old the pups are when they're turning I'm sure the pups weaned when they get turned in.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I got my puppy from a breeder when she was 8 weeks old.
Right.
So she was, after 2 months, she was fine to be away from the mother. So yeah, 6 months would be more than okay, or 2 months or 3 months. So
yeah, but they're bringing they're bringing the pups in when the pups are,
they're all kinds
8
of
to
age.
12 weeks old, probably.
Yeah, all across the board, all ages.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Letman, thank you.
2 questions. Are other neighboring rural counties, do they have a puppy intake fee?
So, not neighboring rural counties that I could find, but in the backup, I did provide, like Coconino charges a fee. And then, of course, Maricopa and some of the bigger facilities charge a specific litter fee as well as a surrender fee as well.
What about Bullhead City and Lake Havasu City?
I couldn't find that. I don't think they
I don't think
posted
we
on their
have one in
website.
Bullhead.
Bullhead runs its own.
Yeah, shelter, but I don't think we have an intake fee. Yeah. One last question. How much money were you planning on raising through the puppy intake fee?
So I just put together rough numbers based on the $10 if we were to go that route with the adoptions. So putting that together, and of course, we don't have the numbers in for the full fiscal for FY26, but if we were to just do rough estimates on the numbers we were projecting for FY26 at like a 15% increase, we'd be looking somewhere to take in maybe an additional $28,000 to $35,000 off that $10 if we were still projecting that. If we were looking at possibly putting in the letter fee, assuming that 70 to 80% come from public intake today, and putting that number at the 75% mark, probably somewhere about $28,000 extra as well.
Okay. I'm comfortable with the increase in the adoption fees. I'm less comfortable with the intake fee. Just a matter of point.
Other comments, discussion? Supervisor Burley, thank you.
Yeah, I have a problem with somebody put their back against the wall. They just dump a bunch of puppies on the side of the road, or because they got no other way to turn. I mean, the animal suffers because of humans being stupid.
Supervisor Martin, any comments? Nope. Well. So, because they're, I don't blame you for walking away from the podium, right? Also, I'll talk to Sam then. The end goal of this is obviously not to create unintended consequences where we have more strays and things like that out there, but it's to try to cover some of the additional costs, because from your backup, you're seeing a 20% increase in surrendered animals. Is that right? So we have to try to recoup some sort of cost.
Mr. Chairman, it's really twofold, as you said. It's the cost, and this is a general fund enterprise. So we wanted to make sure that you, the board, understand what the staff is dealing with at the shelter. This is a new shelter. It's been in operation now for a few years, and the trend is concerning. Second is to point out that the increase could overwhelm the resources that we have. You heard multiple speakers talk about resources, individual resources, and the reason people bring these pets in. I fully understand that angle of it, but I'm also concerned with taxpayer resources and general fund money going to this enterprise, and what staff is presenting, I think, is a starting point, is a reasonable approach, is truly to say we need help from the board, we need guidance. The 30K and 20K otherwise from the two different components aren't going to upright the general fund. As you know, the question was asked, what is the deficit? And the deficit is just short of $500,000. These increases aren't going to wipe that or offset it. But I think it's a step in the right direction. We really want to be responsible and offer something, and we'll take direction from the board. Otherwise, the last thing we want to do is nothing and have the problem continues and the deficits grow from $500,000 to something more substantial than that.
No, I don't think anybody wants that. I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of Supervisor Letman's line of questioning regarding benchmarking of facilities. I know that every county's facility is probably a little different. But have we done any benchmarking recently within like the last 6 months, 8 months regarding this schedule of fees that we have here compared to the schedule of fees at Yavapai or Coconino or some of the other counties? I mean, what their adoption fees are? I mean, I know that we waived, it looks like in 3 of 23, waived impound fee. Taking a look at those again. I mean, have we done any sort of benchmarking on this type of stuff? Because as one supervisor trying to make a policy decision, I need to have some of that data.
Mr. Chairman, as you heard, some of that benchmarking took place with Coconino and Maricopa and others. We can certainly do a more extensive and look at the schedule of fees that we have in various categories and come back to you, the board, with more information. If that, if you would like to see that, if that would be helpful, we can certainly do that. And we often compare ourselves to the mid-sized counties. Certainly Coconino is one of those, but we can look at Yavapai and Yuma as well, and look at the cities within the county and bring you some comparisons, some numbers that may provide you additional insight. If you would like to see that, we can certainly do that.
I can only speak for my district, but I would agree with Supervisor Borelli. I don't think that it's maybe be a good idea to punish Good Samaritans or those that are bringing in animals. And how do you verify whether it's their animals or not? I don't know how you enforce, it could be their dog and they made a bad decision and they did a litter that they couldn't sell, but then if they tell you that they just found them on the side of the road, how are you going to tell the difference? I think that there's holes there. I'd rather look at some of these other fees and if you're already talking to people that are looking to actively get a dog or a cat and bring that into their family, I would be more willing to raise those fees than a surrender fee.
Chairman Lingenfelter, to your point, the first impound fee that was waived by the board in March of 2023, it did make a pretty significant impact, about $30,000 we lost in a year. So that was, I believe it was Supervisor Johnson that proposed waiving that fee. If we could, if somebody were to pick up their animal within the first 24 hours, we would waive that fee. So we've lost about $30,000 in revenue in that category.
You think it's maybe time to re-look at that?
I certainly believe it would be a good way to generate some more revenue without punishing.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To that point, you run into the same argument that if you charge a person $1, they might not come get their dog. It's circular reasoning on all of this stuff. I'm still not clear. How do you get $28,000 out of $10 a pup? And we they brought in 1,083 pups.
Well, that was just for the puppies. I took the total number of adoptions: the cats, dogs, adults, kittens.
Okay. So you're going to on everything, including pups and kittens.
Yeah, for the $10 increase. Yes, Supervisor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Burley. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me ask you on the adoption fees. Okay, what do they get with that? Just adoption fee, or is it they spayed, neutered, or are they shots? I mean, what comes with the adoption fee?
Yes, Supervisor Burley, with the adoption fee, all animals are spayed or neutered. They're also completely vaccinated. They're microchipped. So they're getting the full work. So that animal is going out healthy, vet check. And we actually offer all of our adopters a free vet visit within the first I believe it's now 14 days with our contracted vet, HSMC. So they get quite a bit for their $125 or $85. Or
Yeah, that's a steal.
And now they're going to be fully trained.
Yeah. Yeah.
Correct.
I might have, okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Manager.
Wi-
Elders.
With the board concurrence, we can take the questions and the suggestions that are offered here, do some more analysis and benchmarking, and come back to you in, I would say, 60 days, if that's acceptable to you, and put the item back on the agenda, offer you information that we found, and maybe offer a proposal consistent with the questions and the directions that are being given, discuss that with the board, and revisit that issue if that's okay.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the board, is there any other information that you'd like staff to bring back as a part of that package that we haven't mentioned already? Make sure we get that included.
Mr. Chairman, the information was, what are the other counties doing? What are the local cities doing on fees and policies? There are other things. I think the other thing was just any possible combination of.
Yeah, any possible combination. Is that your understanding as well, Manager Elders?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the
Supervisor Gould,
clarification.
yes.
Is there any other information that you, Supervisor Borelli?
I just got one more question. Do you have any Shih Tzus?
Supervisor Burley, none at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Lettman, thank
I'd like to move we continue this item to the first meeting in March.
And would that be Supervisor Lettman with
Yes.
staff bringing back the package of information?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll second that, or Supervisor Gould second that. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. It's ordered. Thank you very much. Our last public hearing, open with the public hearing on item number 75, recommendation of approval or denial of the bingo license application received by Mount Tipton Veterans of Foreign Wars Auxiliary to post 9833 and direct the clerk of the board to forward the application to the Arizona Department of Revenue pursuant to ARS 5-409 and 5-410. We have nobody signed up to speak. This is listed as a public hearing.
Yeah, it was I apologize. It was a consent item to put it on as a public hearing. So now you're going to approve it.
We have nobody signed up to speak on 75. Would anybody like to speak on item number 75? I'm going to close the public hearing on number 75. I'd open it up to the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
With that motion second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you. We've done 76. Item number 77. I believe we're taking no action on that. Does that require any sort of a motion?
No action, no motion required.
Thank you, sir. That moves us to item number 78, discussion, possible action, direct staff to enter negotiations with chosen candidate for Mojave County Manager. I'd open it up to the board for discussion and action.
Mr. Chairman, would
Supervisor
Director Demers go ahead and give us the oh, wait, we can't identify. Yes, we can identify that.
If you're going to make a motion.
No, I'm not going to make a motion. I would just like to review the names again of the three finalists.
HR Director Demers, you want to come on down?
Me too. The other one was Dave. Something.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Yes, revealing the last three candidates' name or the five candidates' name. Is that the request?
Two.
The top two or the top three? Top three.
Top three final candidates: Brenton Davis, David Straw, and Brandon Carter. Supervisor Ledman.
Sorry, how did you spell Mr. Schaaf's last name again?
David Straw. It's
Strahl.
STRAHL.
I got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
I'll start this off. I move that the board offer a contract to Brendan Davis with the items that was discussed in executive session.
For that motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Additional discussion? Hearing none, we'll take the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered.
That was easy.
Call the public. Armin Stange. Armin, you want to come on up? Call the public. Scotty McClure, you're on deck.
Armin Stanger, aka the German, Fort Mojave, Arizona. Over the Christmas holidays, we had problems with side-by-side dirt bike. A couple dirt bikers got killed around Highway 95 because they weren't smart enough. So we need to do something with the county ordinance to keep them dirt bikers and the side-by-side out of the residential areas. I mean, yes, granted, beyond dirt roads, that doesn't mean you have to drive recklessly. You know, they go by like a bunch of, you know what I mean. And they go sideways, pop wheelies. They do whatever they want to do in our neighborhood. And they're coming mostly from Dunlop, end of Cavalry Road, and from Bullhead, of course, the side-by-sides over the hill and then into Fort Mojave. And then the other problem that we have is the new automotive shop on Valencia, Outlaw Diesel. I got to hear they have someone living in the back of a trailer there, working at nights over there. We're in a residential neighborhood. That's a no-go. You know, and they use Cavalry Road as a test track to, according to them, tune the computers after they take the converters out and everything, to retune the whole engine. And they're doing it up and down Cavalry, Valencia, 95. You can hear them coming down from Valencia when they leave the shop. It's like an airplane is coming down the road. And I really would appreciate if something would be done about it. Thank you.
Scotty McClure. Stephen Robinson, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. I want to thank you guys for getting that newspapers online down there. It's really cool. I can actually read a newspaper now. In fact, 7 of them are online down there. Not just one, so I can read what you do in Havasu and Kingman, whatever. But it's really cool to be able to keep up daily instead of once a week. What I'm suggesting is you get the Las Vegas Review-Journal and the USA Today online down there also, because I imagine it costs you an arm and a leg per year for the subscription rate. I need somebody to look at and bring it to the attention of what it costs subscription compared to online. I don't know if it's going to save us a whole $1 or $1,000, you know, but anyway, it's just so cool to have 7 days a week newspaper. So I'm requesting that I get a key so I can go in on Sundays to the library. I'm sure that'll happen tomorrow. But anyway, there's a way you can look up yesterday's paper, and like today, I can go tomorrow and actually look today's paper up because I'm here till midnight today at this meeting here. But anyway, it's pretty cool to have this, and I think you need to do it at all libraries. In fact, if this gets that popular, you need to add a couple down there in Bullhead. But that's later. But see what you can do. Do the cost comparison. And let me move on to, I guess we're not going to have a discussion about call to the public being moved to the front of the agenda because I guess you guys just don't believe in free speech. You used to have a lot of people signed up for this thing. And look at it now, how many people you got? 2 or 3 every time? You used to have a lot more people come up here and say something. And it's just pitiful that you've taken away free speech from some of us. Here's an opinion dated January 10th, 2025. This is when you get 3 people voted it down. This is the opinion in the River City newspapers, all 3 newspapers. County supervisors should put public comment first. If you want to look it up, it's January 10th, 2025, an opinion in the Valley Daily News. And they'll explain to you why you should have done it. But 24 seconds. I want to make a prediction that Hildy will get back in the race for LD 30 when all her buddies decide that she needs to run because there's nobody else running. She's doing this for a reason. She hasn't actually succeeded or taken her paperwork out of Phoenix yet. But she'll get back in the race. Watch her.
Stephen Robinson. John Seltzer, you're on deck. Thank you.
Chairman Lingenfelter, I was going to beg off, but I want to re-emphasize what I talked about, Prop 207 that was passed in 06, about protecting people's private property rights. In 11804, which is comprehensive plans, it says the comprehensive plan shall be made with the general purpose of guiding and accomplishing a coordinated, adjusted, and harmonious development of the area of jurisdiction pursuant the present and future needs of the county. In 95, Golden Valley, and the mess due to the 1950s cutting up all the railroad parcels into 2.5 acres, that totally destroyed the future potential because there's all these lots, about 50 square miles in Golden Valley alone, that's cut up into 2.5 acres lot. The board then, thankful you guys aren't that foolish, said, oh, you don't have to build the roads, you don't have to put in power. At the very least, that would be required even for 2.5 acres. You don't have to do anything but just cut it up, sell it off, and we'll collect the property tax on it. That was a gross miscarriage of justice. Fast forward to 2002, after the 95 general plan was approved, all the non-railroad sections of land out there, 25.25 square miles besides the 10-mile corridor, was turned into urban development, low-density residential, urban development being the most flexible. In 2002, thanks to the supervisor who just simply wanted to do development out there, wanted this building out there, Supervisor Johnson, the board then said, we're taking away all that 25.25 square miles of development potential. You've seen the map. You can go look at 1995 general plan. I have a colorized version showing all the areas. So my point being is the goal of general planning is not to take away development rights, because there's a financial cost to do that, because it says all land regulations, that would include the general plan. My goal is to rationally look at Golden Valley. First off, take that corridor and put all the land revert all the land that now is still currently zoned urban development or low density, other than what's touching the highway, which is now going to be commercial. But allow for rational development. So little of the land out in Golden Valley, less than 60% of the land can even be fully developed. In fact, if you take out all the railroad lots, less than 30% of the land can be developed in Golden Valley. Thank you.
John Seltzer? Sean Reagan, you're on deck.
John Seltzer, 3751 East Northern Avenue. Post office says it's Kingman, but I'm in New Kingman, Butler. I'm coming here before the board today, as I have previously, to discuss the traffic hazard situation on Northern and all the way through the Butler area. There are several people that complained to me about this. The board probably doesn't hear it because a lot of the folks figure that, we say something and nothing happens. We say something again and still nothing happened. To date, there has been 5 collisions with my property since I moved there in February of 2020. The last one was just Friday morning right after Thanksgiving. A older model pickup truck ran into my border boulders that I had to put those there because they destroyed my cinder block wall. There are reports with the sheriff's office to support my claims here. One of the times that I went into one of the safety meetings for traffic, their statement was that people are traveling at 37 miles an hour on average in a 25 mile an hour zone. That means that roughly half of those people are going faster than that. I used to be a commercial driver. I know how to estimate speeds. I'm seeing people doing 60 miles an hour, sometimes in excess. Now, I'm afraid to pull out of my driveway every time I get in my truck to try to go somewhere. For a normal, healthy person, this is something that's unconscionable. It's something nobody should have to put up with. I have a post-traumatic stress disorder. Like I said, I was a commercial driver. My career was ended from a traffic fatality where I was not at fault. Pedestrian crossed the street at the wrong time, right in front of my boss. I couldn't go anywhere except for, sadly, right into him. So this impacts my disability. Something needs to be done here. Every time that I've approached the county, and I've done it a lot, complaints with the sheriff's office. I just had a meeting with Supervisor Ligenfelter here. Find police reports. Like I said before, I've appeared before the board on this. Every attempt to resolve the situation has not been effective, period. If I was to let myself sink into, I got more to say on it, but something needs to be done. Seriously, something needs to be done.
Thank you, sir. Sean Reagan? I think he's gone. Ron McDronkin? Janet Stingley, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Ron McJunkin, a resident of Butler and business owner. I live at 4009 East Hearn Avenue. And much like John Seltzer said, does the overhead camera work? Did I get this on there?
Yeah, if you put it where the dark spot is on the podium there.
I see you. Okay. Very good. Okay, so I own 20 parcels in this area and 2 larger commercial lots included in that. We are seeing just so much increase in traffic due to the population growth, the industrial park growth. We live amongst a community of young working people who have to rush to work usually all around 7 o'clock in the morning, and they have very few options to getting on the highway. They have Thompson, which gets congested, so they end up going around Patsy and taking Ryan, Devlin, or John L., which now has 2 stores on it, so it's no longer a good option for traveling. These roads are only 40 foot wide. The pavement on those roads are only 16 to 20 foot wide. And I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a road engineer. However, they seem that they're too small to handle the traffic coming out of there. There's always accidents, people turning in, people coming out, bumping into each other. Fatal accidents many times on Thompson Avenue. So I'm proposing that the county investigate how to improve the traffic flow around this area. There's about 3,000 people living in the first mile of Butler, and Butler goes on for 2 or 3 more miles. So I'm estimating there's probably 10,000 lots, not people, but 10,000 houses maybe throughout Butler. You would know better than I would. But they all usually end up coming right up past John's house or past my business and taking these 3 little roads trying to get out on the highway in the morning and trying to get home in the evening. So I don't know what the answer is, but the road condition is terrible. There's potholes exiting into the roads along Highway 66. That may be an ADOT issue. I don't know. If you look, there are a couple of 5-foot strips on every property. And while there's no growth, it seems like if you needed those 5-foot strips, this would be the time to take advantage of widening the road where it contributes into a busy highway. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Stingley?
I'm Janet Stingley. I live on 3745 Schaefer Avenue, the corner of Norrie and Schaefer. I'm actually kind of a neighbor to John. I live down the street. The traffic on Norrie is as bad as the traffic on Northern. It's like a 1/4 mile strip, and people treat it like a 1/4 mile strip racetrack. They will speed up from stop sign to stop sign. They leave rubber marks in front of my house. I have the privilege of having a sporty looking vehicle in my yard. It doesn't have any modifications on it, but they take offense or they have to take measurements, and you'll probably know what I mean by that. So, I constantly have traffic racing back and forth. And it's not just that, it's dirt bikes, whatnot. I almost creamed 2 guys on 2 dirt bikes going to work the other day because I was stopped at the stop sign in Northern and Norrie. It was cloudy, it was raining, it was black already. It was dark. I started to pull out after looking left and right twice. And even though I was pulling out, I looked left again, and those 2 guys almost ended up on my hood. And they drove by and they gunned their throttles and acted the aggressor because they were mad that I was going to pull out. I ride a motorcycle too. And frankly, I've talked to ADOT. I got the same sort of responses that Mr. Gold has. They come up with scenarios where, well, we can put this up and we can put that up. No, we can't do that. So then they offered up solutions. One was a little blinking sign. They put that for 3 days. He said, stop signs. I was like, oh, that would be great. Oh, we can't do stop signs. You'd probably have to pay for the stop signs. So, if we broke that street up, put 1 stop sign in there, that might slow them down. They don't stop at the stop signs, but it might slow them down. Some people do. So that's just my offer on that. And can we please get the road fixed all over Mojave County? Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you.